Maajid, you're the only one amongst us who spent a large portion of your life not believing in Enlightenment values. Why?
So in a sense, I think, hi everyone. In a sense, I think you're asking me to steel man the case for Islamism.
Yes.
So that we know what the weak points are to...
Maajid, your mic looks slightly off. Is that here a little bit?
Is that better?
Quietly?
Okay, yeah, all right. So, okay, hello everyone, start again. In a sense, Josh, I think what I'm hearing you do is ask me to steel man Islamism so that we know where the weaknesses are for Western Enlightenment values, so we know what we have to defend because we, by me steel manning Islamism, know what's coming under attack. And that would be, I suppose, the purpose of this exercise. So I will steel man Islamism with the caveat that everyone understands here that I haven't decided to renege on my...
And just for people who aren't up with the jargon, just remind them what...
Get a video of you.
This is,
just remind people what steel manning means.
Right, so the best way to build, to respond to your adversary's case is to actually respond to what they are saying rather than respond to what you are imputing that they are saying. If you impute that somebody is saying something they are not, it's called a straw man. And of course, you find yourself not responding to their actual point, much to their frustration. And it's much healthier for conversation, but also if you want to change somebody's mind, that you respond to what they are actually saying. And so to build an argument for what somebody's actually saying is called to steel man, and in a sense it's the opposite of a straw man. As I said, that's imputing something to somebody when they're not actually saying that. So I will steel man Islamism for the panel, and I suppose we can go from there, because then we know something. We know, all of us here obviously by definition are concerned about building a case for the defense, but beyond defense, I suppose the propagation of Western Enlightenment values. I put the word Western in quotation marks for reasons we may want to come to later, but Enlightenment values essentially, and because they are the best that we've got at the moment, and they're the best of a bad bunch of ideas. I think Bret will come in at some stage to talk about why there's some weaknesses there, but we need to know where they're being attacked, and we need to know where the blind spots are. So let me start with this. If you look at the notion that we in the West genuinely and sincerely, as societies, but especially as governments, care for liberal, secular, democratic values, that is actually quite easy to attack. I could actually still do it today. Because let's start with our foreign policy, and it's quite easy to see where, depending on where our economic interests may lie, that we will, in some instances, proactively support dictatorships abroad, and in other instances, proactively undermine democratic countries, if they happen not to align with our economic interests or indeed toe the foreign policy line that we want to take. And there are clear historic examples of that, but the contemporary examples, that kind of stand out for us are especially countries like Saudi Arabia, where we've had historical alliances and relationships with absolute, total dictatorships. Now, the only region in the world where an absolute monarchy still reigns, and when I mean an absolute monarchy, I mean that the king can literally decide whether you live or die on a whim, is the Gulf, it's the Middle East. And they are, whether it's Saudi Arabia or whether it's other Gulf monarchies, they are reigning supreme. And so the line that the argument or the notion that we sincerely as societies and as the state care for the advocacy of democratic values falls apart, especially when not that we're dealing with these countries on a pragmatic basis, but when we have a relationship with them where we share in their advocacy of their medieval culture. And so that may change now in 2018, but certainly from the invasion of Afghanistan onwards, we've had a very unhealthy relationship with Saudi Arabia where we have subsidized the proselytization of a certain type of Saudi foreign policy. And so the Islamist argument would be that in terms of foreign policy, of course, the interest for freedom and democracy and secularism collapses the minute economic interest comes to play. And that's, in essence, the critique of capitalism. But it's not just in foreign policy when it comes to supporting dictators, and especially in the Cold War. We saw this with the US government sponsoring coups in certain countries, sponsoring the invasion of certain countries, the Bay of Pigs and the whole Iran-Contra affair, sponsoring the assassination of certain leaders abroad because they were in the wrong political camp. They happened to be in the Soviet camp. And of course, that the US would undermine, even where people have elected them by the popular vote, the US would, in its foreign policy, actively undermine those popularly elected governments because they didn't align with the Western sphere of influence, but rather they fell in the Soviet sphere of influence. And so Islamists seize upon this when seeking to recruit Muslims to say that their advocacy for Western secular democratic values is insincere. But it becomes even more potent when you talk about it in the case of invasion of countries, right? So here you have President George Bush, who wants to, who in the name of freedom and democracy wants to spread that and decides the best way to spread freedom and democracy is by military occupation. And so, it's often sometimes the obvious is staring at us in the face, but because we're not subject to the consequences of that obvious, it isn't as important a point for us. But I can guarantee you that the case for freedom and democracy in the Middle East was dealt a serious and severe and literally violent blow by the invasion of Iraq. And there was no Al-Qaeda in Iraq before its invasion. There certainly was no ISIS before before the invasion of Iraq by Tony Blair and George Bush. So there is also sort of that element of occupying countries that we don't like. The 9/11 attacks were planned in Afghanistan. Iraq had nothing to do with it. Moving to domestic policies, of course, again, the Islamists will make a case that power is the most important thing, not values. And so when that power is threatened, the first thing to be compromised are those values. So now if I were to list cases of the civil liberties violations since the war on terror, we've pretty much lost everything. And that makes the Islamist case for us that the Western governments don't actually care for.
What do you mean that we've lost everything?
Right, so let's start with the right to liberty. So if you're going to build a human rights case up for 48 days detention without trial, which is where the UK was before David Cameron, a Conservative Prime Minister, reversed a Labour government's decision to hold a suspect for 48 days without trial. They introduced the Terrorism Act 2000, Schedule 7, which took away the right to silence under interrogation, and it became a criminal offence not to answer the police's questions if you're held at any port of entry and exit in the UK under the Terrorism Act 2000. So the right to silence, which people, what they call the Miranda rights, which people cherish, it's been removed. It's been removed, and Lawrence Southern was held
at
under
airports.
this. At any port of entry or exit in the UK, right? And of course, it all begins from that, right? So the extradition, for example, rendition.
I'm getting I'm confused about one thing, though.
Yep.
All of these.
I'm still in role play, by the way.
Yeah, no, I know, I got that. Yeah, but it seems like all of these erosions of our commitment to Western tolerance and our Enlightenment values are in the direction of values that Islamists would endorse.
Precisely.
Right? So
Yeah.
Islamists are not concerned about democracy and the maintenance of civil liberties.
But that's their point. They are trying to, very, very openly and frankly, candidly, trying to build societies that are hierarchical. And when we offer a response to that and say, well, we don't need that because we've got societies that are free and open and we don't want societies that are hierarchical,
right.
Their argument would be you're living in an illusion.
So it's hypocrisy. The charge is hypocrisy.
More than that there is no such thing as an open society. And so if you're going to choose between hierarchical societies, if you're going to have a man that's going to tell you what to do or God tell you what to do, that's their kind of logic, right? But they're both hierarchical and opaque societies. So moving beyond Schedule 7, talk about rendition to torture, right? So the UK has directly been involved and has actually been involved in payouts to jihadist sympathizers like Mohsen Beg. They paid him money because he went to prosecute the UK government for being involved in his interrogation and torture in Bagram, in Afghanistan. Whether it's him or the Libyan case that recently came out, the UK has been involved in the rendition to third countries with the cooperation of regimes that torture suspects that the UK has then profited from in terms of receiving intelligence that has been acquired through torture. And yet here we are, that our critique of jihadists and Islamists is they don't respect human rights. But our governments have been, and this part is true, right? They have been involved in serious human rights violations. And so whether it's rendition to third countries or indeed detention without trial, data and spying and the Snoopers Charter, what it's called in the UK, or even the NSA spying stuff, the Islamists will generally argue that everything that we are defending doesn't actually exist. It's an illusion. And I'll finish by reading something, because in my autobiography, there's a little excerpt that I called The Polemic, and it was me attempting to remind everybody precisely what we're up against in terms of propaganda against Western Enlightenment values. And what I think we learn from this is that if we understand what those weaknesses are, it's why it's so important to defend those values where they are being eroded, because we recognize we're handing propaganda coups to those who want to destroy everything that these values stand for. But also B, we actually see where the attack's coming from, and we're better prepared to counterattack as well. So this is chapter 16 from my book. It's called The Polemic. It says, again, this is, by the way, this is me in character, right? So please don't get scared of it. You drop bombs on my people while knowing full well that the level of collateral damage, we call them innocent Muslims, will far exceed the damage to any legitimate target. For you, killing our children en masse, and you still call it collateral damage, is an unavoidable consequence of pursuing your policies in our lands. To us, they are simply children. Don't you think we've been crying too, like you are now, for years? Do you think we felt no pain as you raped and plundered our lands and bombed our cities? What lands, what cities, you ask? Your arrogance is only compounded by your ignorance. Look to Iraq. In order to remove Saddam Hussein, after the Kuwait War, you killed over 500,000 children because you could. Because you could. And because my people were too lost, too defeated to be able to stop you. These are our children. We cry for them even as you feel absolutely nothing. What of Leslie Stahl's question on 60 Minutes, posed to Secretary of State Madeleine Albright? She said, "We have heard that 500,000 children have died. I mean, that's more children than died at Hiroshima. And is the price worth it?" Albright's callous response is etched in our memories, staining our innocence with her venom. She said, "I think it is a very hard choice, but we think the price is worth it." And you wonder why we're so angry? You wonder even now why, after all these years, as we speak these words, we are consumed with rage? The price of killing 500,000 children with your depleted uranium bombs is worth pursuing, but woe be to us if we ever strike back. In your world, Albright's interview was barely mentioned. A Dow Jones search of mainstream news sources after the attack turned up only one reference to the interview in an Orange County newspaper. But in our world, in the hell we live in, this is major news. We will not forget our dead just because you have no feelings. Is killing innocent civilians justified only for your own foreign policy interests? You claim that, unlike us, you don't target civilians, that your intentions are noble, that you seek only humane concerns. How many deaths of untargeted civilians by your hands entitles us to respond? 5? 10? 100? 500,000? Are 3,000 deaths enough to make you feel the pain of each and every mother you untargeted with depleted uranium? If not, then know that our intentions in bringing you death can also be noble. We too shroud destruction in humane concerns. You do not have a monopoly on reaping devastation off the back of good intentions. So don't you dare claim such a thing. You can support, fund, and train dictators in our lands who've been torturing our brothers and raping our sisters in their prisons for decades. And yet you invade our countries claiming to bring democracy? And you cite international law at us while you willfully ignore Israel's occupation of Palestine as defined by the United Nations itself. We will never forget your friendship with Mubarak and Assad, your unconditional support of an occupying Israel, the way you used us as mujahideen in Afghanistan only to turn on us once you got what you wanted. You chose your side and we have chosen ours. We've come to know that no amount of civilized pleading, no amount of appealing to your humanity, for your mercy, no amount of playing by your rules in your game will move you. You are stupefied in ignorant bliss while we bleed and secrete pus from every orifice. There is only one thing you people value and cherish, and that is your own lives, your own happiness, and your own selfish oblivion. If inflicting upon you even an atom's weight of the pain we suffer at your hands wakes you from your stupor and forces you to listen to our cries as we drown, then I'm afraid we have finally decided that though it's a very hard choice, the price we think is worth it.
All right, you've won me over. I'm becoming a jihadist.
Yes.
I'll send my bank account details. You can send me the check later on.
I think the wise thing for you to do now would probably be to counter that steel man.
Well, I think everyone else can do that. I've spoken too much.
Sam?
Well, I actually would add to the side of the balance against the Enlightenment in that I think there's more to the case for there's more that explains why we find ourselves in this uncanny position of having to defend Enlightenment values and reason and a scientific worldview against creeping theocracy and just naked tribalism, populism, all these eruptions of seemingly archaic and discredited ideas. And it's far simpler than just exporting our chaos to other countries and dropping bombs where we can find no other way to persuade people to just buy our products or whatever it is we intend. It's just that it's hard to live an unambiguously good life. It's hard to live a profound life. It's hard to live a life that you know each day is working. And it's pretty clear that living a good life entails more than just not being wrong about things scientifically. And it entails more than just having reasonably free markets that produce the next smartphone that you desperately want to buy. And so it's on the problem of what it means to live a good life that these kind of ancient worldviews continue to market themselves as the only game in town. I mean, so religions of all kinds, but there's something uniquely captivating about Islam in this regard because it really is the whole package in terms of its egalitarianism, it's the kind of the swiftness with which you can be indoctrinated into it, the fact that if you are kind of on the high testosterone side of things, it offers a militant and James Bondian adventure if you want to go and fight for the one true faith. And so it offers meaning in a way that's really it's just off-the-shelf kind of meaning that you can get. And what we're struggling for, I think, in a secular context is how you can connect people with meaning and purpose and profundity without lying to them or causing them to lie to themselves about the nature of reality or what we have every reason to believe about it. And that's a challenge that we're trying to meet, I think, in piecemeal ways, but I think we're all to some degree or another suffering the lack of a shelf in the bookstore that has no bullshit on it that does describe a philosophy of life and a way of living that is more than just seeing what's on Netflix every night.
Would that be, are you describing the power of myth?
Yeah, I was just going to say, somewhere in North America, Jordan Peterson is just waking up, bolt upright in bed, going, "What bullshit? There's not bullshit." Sorry he couldn't be here. It's too damn far. Douglas.
Yeah.
It's bloody far. Douglas, the loss of meaning in the West and the loss of a spine amongst Western intellectuals, the loss of a sense that there is something worthy of defending is one of the themes that you come back to a lot.
Sure. I just say at the beginning, I could go through every one of the things that Maajid just listed in that and shoot them down, but that would take a little while. Let me just make one observation about the list, which is the enormous risk that often happens of people absorbing the arguments of opponents who do not wish you well. So, for instance, on interventionism, you never hear, in fact, I've said this to Maajid before, but I've never heard anyone from the Islamic world say, "Thank God for NATO."
Yeah.
But they should.
But by
And
the
they
way,
should-
I'll
hang on.
spend the rest of my book debunking these,
Sure.
just for everyone's, you know.
But I
debunked.
mean, they shouldn't. The reason I mention this is for the selective historical reasons which we in the West are at risk of imbibing. For instance, I say, why does nobody say thank God for NATO? Because if NATO hadn't have intervened in Kosovo,
Yeah.
I think it's widely agreed that a severe genocide would have occurred on the continent of Europe, worse than was already happening. NATO intervened. We don't expect thank yous endlessly, but once will be something.
Yeah.
And
Thank you, Douglas.
so I have. It's not enough. But this is just worth remembering, because a generation and a lot of people from a generation are at risk of imbibing basically the jihadists' arguments about us.
Yeah.
And I just put that out there at the beginning. The second thing I'd just say quickly is, I mean, the fascinating thing now about looking at back, for instance, intervention in Afghanistan, is that, you know, it's one of the great fallacies of history which we're always vulnerable to, which is to think that everyone knew in the past what we know now. And, you know, until the 1980s, the major threat to countries like ours was global communism, the Soviet expansionism. We saw it as a major threat. And anyone who doubts that just has to say that, I mean, if up until, I've often thought of this, until as late as basically the 10th of September 2001, if you said, in the early years of the 21st century, politicians, journalists, public intellectuals and others are going to spend years talking about Islam. Say, what? Why? How come? It's not that interesting. It's not that vital in our societies. It's a bit of our society. It's not overwhelming. If you said, okay, you're going to be discussing Islamic blasphemy laws all across Scandinavia for years. Why?
And the jurisprudence of face veils.
Yeah, and like you're going to be the major debate in the UK in August 2018 is going to be the burqa.
Yeah.
How does that happen? I don't see I don't see the way.
That is a bit surreal, isn't it?
So here's the deep underlying thing, which is that religion's back. And most people in the West don't know how to talk about it or think about it. And I've just got this endless concern about this matter, because I've had this conversation, as I think a lot of other people here have, for years with politicians and others, and they still don't understand the nature of this. And I just give you one example quickly. A little while ago, I was speaking to a TV producer who came over to me at a party somewhere and said, it was at the height of ISIS, and she said, what do ISIS want, Douglas? And I thought, oh, okay. Well,
They're actually quite upfront about it generally.
yeah, they're quite. They've done a lot of speaking about this and a lot of writing, and they basically want to bring about they invite the world to Islam and bring about the end times. And this woman looked at me and she said, like, she said,
You
well,
sound
that's
mad."
ridiculous. I mean, they can't. I said, what do they really want? And I said, well, they say that they want to invite the world to Islam, or their version of Islam, and then bring about the end of times. And she just looked at me like, I don't see that. I don't. So, and then I realized, well, if I just said to her, basically what ISIS are after is like a 2.5% reduction in VAT, she'd have been all over it. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. Well, would they settle for 1.2? You know, we'd have been able to talk about it.
It is a bit high, isn't it?
Let's find some compromise. But she had no idea. And that for me, in a nutshell, is one of the things, one of the many things we're walking through at the moment, is the inability of people in societies like ours to realize that some of our opponents believe that they have the explanation for everything, the justification for everything, the meaning of everything, now, yesterday, tomorrow, and to the ends of time and eternity. And we say, come again? At the very least, we have to educate ourselves about this.
Yeah,
but this is, I don't want to...
Yeah, they're ideologues.
But Bret Weinstein, one of the, I mean, Douglas just said that we're up against religion. Religion's making a comeback. But in the grand sweeping kind of arc of the challenges that we currently face, it ain't just religion that's the only source of unreason. You have personal experience of another sort of orthodoxy and dogma. Can you expand this conversation from religion specifically to other ways in which groupthink and tribalism are posing a threat to Enlightenment values?
Yeah, I'm glad you raised it. I was sitting here thinking this is amazing that we're talking about why the Enlightenment is on the ropes and the only thing on the table is the Islamic threat to the Enlightenment, when in fact there's this whole other part of it that in the West is quite live, especially within the academy, where people have begun to feel sophisticated, arguing against the mechanisms of the Enlightenment, the scientific method itself, the values of the Enlightenment, and you don't really imagine that people could, you could imagine that people are a little bit deaf to what those values are and how they work, but it's a little hard to imagine that people would actually explicitly argue against them until you've faced it, and I have faced it. I've brought up the Enlightenment and said these values needed protecting, and I've been told that actually that's the problem. So I think we have to disentangle a couple of things here in order to see what's going on. The Enlightenment, by largely an accident of history, is a European phenomenon. And there are a lot of folks who are looking at the world and noting that it appears to be rigged in a particular way that preserves a kind of power that is resident in Europe and amongst people of European descent elsewhere, like Australia, the US, etc. And they are not phrasing their argument particularly well, nor do I think the argument is very strong, but the argument is something like, you're telling us, the world, that the Enlightenment is the path forward, and it just so happens that you, in the European-derived West, are ahead in the use of these tools, which you claim are the route to discovering the truth of how the universe works. So are you really telling us that it just so happens that the way forward for all of us is a way in which you are all ahead? That sounds like bullshit to us, right? That sounds like you deciding that it just so happens we're going to settle military matters from now on with basketball. Oh, really? Basketball? That's the game you're going to choose to settle it? It's not going to be soccer or something like that? It's going to be basketball? So the thing that I think we have to notice is that there is truth in the part of this that says that, yes, the power that derives from Enlightenment values is not evenly distributed across the globe. But the question is, are we really supposed to reject the power of the Enlightenment, or are we supposed to democratize the power of the Enlightenment? I think democratizing the power of the Enlightenment is a slam dunk. And I would point out, actually, I feel in a good position to say this because although I am of European descent, I'm also Jewish, and the Enlightenment was not a Jewish phenomenon. But I'm going to wield those tools like a broadsword because they're the best tools. They don't come from my ancestors, but they are useful to me, and they will be useful to my descendants. And anybody who wishes to be powerful on Earth by virtue of understanding how things actually function should level up through the acquisition and enhancement of this particular toolkit. So that's really, I think, the battle we're in. Are we supposed to reject the toolkit in order to level the playing field, or are we supposed to bring everybody on board with the toolkit so that everybody has access to these most powerful tools for discovering how things function?
Now, wouldn't the social justice warriors who hounded you out of a job say that they actually are on the side of the Enlightenment, and that the evolution of greater egalitarianism and participation for all people, whatever their gender or race, is a trajectory that they're defending?
I would have thought that that's what they would say, but they literally said the opposite. And it's honestly the most stunning thing to face people who would stare down the Enlightenment and claim that, in fact, it's a kind of fraud, that really the whole idea that the Enlightenment is a key to insight is a rationalization for the naked wielding of power, that it's not really insight at all, that the arguments that are powerful in science are really just power arguments. They're not arguments about truth or mechanism or anything like that. So, yeah, before I had had these conversations myself, I would have said exactly what you conjectured. But
I want to
having
confirm
had
that.
them,
They have jumped the shark.
Yeah.
So just recently, about a month ago in the UK, there was a clickbait TV interview between Piers Morgan and somebody whose name I can't remember. But Piers was criticizing her for her support of the hijacking of the left-wing movement in the UK and strawmanned her. Piers Morgan said, well, you know, it was over immigration, and he said, well, your hero, Obama, did so and so and so and so under his presidency. And she responded with these very words. She said, Obama's not my hero. I'm literally a communist, you idiot. Now, what happened next was the clip went viral. People started cheering as if that was a great response, that she shut up Piers Morgan, who is in need of shutting up on many an occasion, but not by proudly announcing you're a communist. Now, that's what's happened, right? So they've jumped the shark. She didn't try and argue a defense of Enlightenment values against his position.
Yeah.
And taken a pro-immigration position from an egalitarian perspective.
Oh.
She basically ditched all of that, said she was a communist. What happened next fascinated me even more. There's a magazine, what was it? What's that magazine she was featured in? It was
Teen Vogue.
One
Some of you may have missed it.
or was it Ella magazine?
No, Teen Vogue. I assure you, I bought both.
Right.
It's a fine intellectual quarterly.
Douglas reads them in the sauna. But it said, and it was headlined, you know, something along the lines of, just so I'm not, you know, defaming anyone, because of course I just won a great defamation case, 3.4 million, thank you. It was it said something along the lines of, hero who shut up Piers Morgan, by quipping that she is literally a communist, as if that was a good thing. And that magazine was printed in D.C. The journalist who wrote it was in Washington, D.C.
The moral frivolity of deciding to forget the gulag in order to win a point of Piers frigging Morgan is a real disgrace. Anyhow, but look, where to... Just one other thought very quickly to back up what Bret just said. I mean, look, there are people on college campuses now in the US. There was one again recently, described facts as European-centric, as an idea. They're like, facts are like something we've got to fight against because of where they come from,
I mean,
and their oppressive nature.
The funny thing is that the guy who says that the most is the President of the United States, who that person probably doesn't like very much.
Yeah, but they mirror each other in
Yes,
many
yes.
ways. Yeah.
Eric, you know, you're a scientist. What do you make of this?
Well, I mean, the whole thing's absolutely fascinating. To me, we've reached some point of decadence and exhaustion that we were not expecting. And I think we had thought that the Enlightenment was very well embedded in many of these societies, and we now find that, you know, it's sort of like down to a handful of people whose names we, you know, can reel off, who are willing to defend it in an environment where every time you stand up to defend this thing, you find yourself in a world of hurt. And we're not exactly up against the intellectual A-team either. So,
can you just unpack what you mean when you say that you stand up to defend it and you find yourself in a world of hurt?
Well, you know, if I say, you know, there was a tweet the other day from Planned Parenthood of Kentucky, which made a very interesting biological observation. I'm not sure if it was peer-reviewed or not, but it said, some men have a uterus 15 times. Some men have a uterus, I mean, because apparently things become more true as you perseverate.
It was peer-reviewed in Teen Vogue.
Well, yeah. And I think my response was, either you're referring to persistent Mullerian duct syndrome, in which case this is not how we discuss science, or you're just eating a box of multicolored crayons hoping to shit a rainbow. And I can't tell you how much you know what they meant. You know. So, no, I don't fully know what they mean. I think what you're telling me that they mean is that this would be a really good place to lie about things in a particular way that's kind. And I do think that that's important. There are load-bearing fictions. You know, in America, it's very important, one man, one vote. But why is it that Wyoming has 2 senators and, you know...
2 people.
What?
It's 2 people and 2 senators.
Yeah. Right. So, like, the whole thing is prima facie insane, right? If you think about it as contract bridge, the Enlightenment gets into trouble by extolling its own virtues, like one man, one vote, and all men are created equal, and then everything is honored in the breach. And so people who get really angry about these sort of hypocrisies get very, very angry. So let's define something called Enlightenment plus. Like, you get the Enlightenment, which is all the good stuff, and then you get like the Dulles brothers and Kermit Roosevelt trying to destabilize Iran, and COINTELPRO in America assassinating Fred Hampton in his bed, and driving Jean Seberg to miscarry and commit suicide just because she was a supporter of radical black rights in the 60s. We've done a lot of bad things, and we've extolled these virtues in a way that many of us find absolutely exhausting. Now, what's interesting to me about Maajid's description is that, and this is something I don't think we've discussed before, but Bret and my family had a spy sent against it in the 1950s by our government. And the response to that is not, okay, well, the Enlightenment's off. This is, we're going to declare a Jewish jihad from the left wing for this patently unethical behavior. Instead, it's this sense of, oh man, I'm going to use the Enlightenment and shove this shit down your throat. I'm going to make you so sick and so upset with yourself that you come to understand the pain that you've inflicted on others for, let's say, the McCarthy era, or the Tuskegee medical experiment, or all of these things that are absolutely sickening and disgusting.
So the key question... You just made the point. It's only by reference to the Enlightenment, the values of the Enlightenment, that those violations of the values are problematic and are evidence of hypocrisy.
Well, I think
you're holding yourself to the standard that is being violated. And this is being weaponized against Enlightenment cultures by people who don't share those values. So very, very cynically, I mean, it is analogous to the use of human shields. It's like the people who will use human shields know that the people they're fighting care about so-called collateral damage, and it's an asymmetric moral contest.
Yes, but I would say that when you have 1.6 billion people, you can afford all sorts of exotic strategies like sending suicide bombers. When you're down to your last 20 million or whatever it is that we Jews have, you're thinking like, hey, this Enlightenment looks like some pretty heavy weaponry. We should figure out how to wield it and take it away from the Scots, because I think this is our day, right? So I think it's very important to understand that there's a contract bridge element where you make a bid and then you fall short of the bid, and that embitters and angers people. But what I'm concerned about in this discussion is that somehow we're tired. We're just so exhausted. And you look at Islam, and man, Islam is muscular. Russia looks muscular. China looks muscular.
Well, that's the thing, is that anything looks muscular in the film.
Compare it, Clearly. I mean, you have a photo online posted yesterday with your midriff showing. So.
Yeah. Hello, Sydney.
Yeah.
I think there's an important point to make here, which is that I think that there is a danger we have conversations at different paces. I do want to get this point out of the way so it's clear that when Douglas and I speak, and it became apparent when you brought the left in, which clearly we have that challenge with Corbyn's Labour Party in the UK as well, but the most pressing challenge we have in Europe is jihadism. And often when we speak, we're speaking to a reality in Europe. There's a lived experience. I walk down the streets especially when ISIS were in power, and I'm sure Douglas does as well, looking over my shoulder in case somebody's going to slit my throat.
I was told not to appear in public for a year by the police.
Yeah. So there's a danger that when we speak, we're speaking to a specific reality, but our words are going around the world, and that is in danger of being misinterpreted as an overemphasis on Islam, right? And so just a quick example. Muslims in America, when surveyed, are more pro-gay marriage than their Christian evangelical counterparts, when surveyed. Muslims in Britain, when surveyed, are 53% in favor of criminalizing being gay. Now, this is the latest survey from 2016, right? And the one from America was from 2017. So when Douglas and I speak, we're speaking to a reality where 53% of my co-religionists want to ban his existence. Whereas in America, they're better than the Christians on that front. So just want to get that point clear, that there are slightly different realities. We're speaking to different emphases.
Crocodiles are nearer different boats.
And it's important to make that point because when we speak to that specific reality, of course, our words don't stay in that reality. So we look as if we're overly focused on something when actually,
So you also just have to note that there's this weird confluence between these two things, which to this day I can't make much sense of, where the postmodern left, and we can argue whether or not postmodern is the right term, given that most of the people in the category don't know anything about postmodernism. They're just behaving in a postmodern fashion, but that they are embracing and rationalizing Islamic extremism is a very interesting fact. That among the things that they don't understand is the danger of this extreme ideology that's being deployed, that is itself so very intolerant of things like homosexuality. So there is at the core, and if you haven't run into it personally, it's worth having some conversation so that you can actually hear what the thought process sounds like. But this idea that there is no reality, that all arguments, no matter how mechanistic and backed by evidence, are really power in disguise, and therefore you can make any argument, and if it functions in a powerful way, then it's as true as anything else. Therefore, stigmatizing people for things that they're not guilty of is as valid a thing to do as anything else. That concept is very destructive and dangerous, and it is backing both the attack on the Enlightenment within the academy in the West and the rationalizing of extreme elements in Islam, both of which are truly dangerous.
But just trying to loop slightly back. What I was trying to get to about the Enlightenment plus. So all the good stuff of the Enlightenment plus like the dirty tricks and kind of the, we'll steal some land and take people's resources and lie about some elections and maybe assassinate some people in South America, all that kind of stuff. The whole point is to get rid of as much plus as possible. And I don't think it's possible to get rid of all of the Enlightenment plus stuff that doesn't actually make us feel good. I mean, I think it's very important to start dealing in adult level fictions. If you're going to have a state is going to have to do bad things or it's not, I think it becomes self-extinguishing.
Yes.
And I think that for some reason, it's time to tell the kids that the tooth fairy is actually mom and dad. And that's very terrifying to people, right? We don't have one man, one vote. We don't actually have a perfect system of, the 12 people can figure out who's guilty and who's innocent. There's so much that just doesn't actually work. But it does work better.
It works okay.
And it works okay. And if we could be a little bit less childish about extolling the virtues of the Enlightenment, I think we could advance the Enlightenment a great deal more. Because I think the embittering and invidious aspect of this is, when we wax rhapsodic about the Enlightenment, like, well, I've accumulated all of this wealth only by virtue of my ability to work the Enlightenment, and somebody else says, well, you did take our resources. That is an extremely angering thing, and I think, if you watch the Jordanian pilot ISIS video, which I recommend that you do not do, but some of us have.
When they burn him alive.
Yeah, well, their point, which nobody seemed to register in the West, is you kill people in this exact way, through rubble when you destroy a building and through fire when your incendiary devices go off. And the entire point of this is we are simply going to do to you what you have done to us so that you will experience something.
Which has a theological backing as well.
Yeah. And
also in the Old Testament.
Right, and so it's this thing that happens, you get to this fork in the road, which is, are we going to do the plus stuff, the Enlightenment plus stuff back to you? Or are we going to take a higher road and create something where we will be elevated above our oppressors? And I think that, the Islamic impulse too often has been, we're going to do the bad stuff right back and worse. And it would be more positive if people saw that you could work the Enlightenment to create new wealth, new possibilities. And I'm concerned that when you asked about the science, there is an extent to which the great scientific discoveries have slowed. Like the 20th century was pretty horrible in terms of war and conflict, but it was absolutely astounding in terms of scientific change and understanding. And it has not kept that pace in recent years, and I think it's unlikely to keep that pace in most fields. And so we have to understand that it's going to be harder to create new wealths for some reasons I can go into, I don't want to right now, and it's going to be harder to get that kind of golden era. So there is a fear that you've missed out on the golden age of the Enlightenment, and now you're just carrying the super heavy backpack around, and you're not quite sure whether you're going to get enough out of it to make it worthwhile and allow you to catch up.
I mean, there's this other alternative that lingers in the background on all of this, which is that Enlightenment plus Enlightenment as it is, it's all a bit passé, and there's a lot of people who say all of the things you just highlighted and more, inequality and so on, and who say, I've got another system. I've got another system of my own. That's what a lot of the people you cite, you say, why these weird cohabitations that occur? Well, that's easy. I mean, some people are perfectly happy to ride a stronger horse because they think it's going to get them to their destination. Now,
What stronger horses are you alluding to?
well, for instance, I mean, we've had this for years in Europe. Look, by the late 1990s, the radical left, for instance, was stuck to a few people meeting in an upstairs room of a pub with a dog. And then suddenly they discovered, after the Second Intifada and after 9/11, that they were speaking to crowds of hundreds of thousands of people on occasions. That would propel you to think you might be onto something. So those people think they're riding the Islam bit. I would say that it's the other way around in that equation. But it's the sort of deal that gets done at this situation, because people say, look, your society is unequal, you're not as loyal as you claim to be to your values, and your society is unfair. And of course the question you have to say or ask back is, compared to what? What are your alternatives? And every single alternative that's come up with on this is so radically worse that you can't allow it to pass for a moment. I just throw one other one into the mix at this early stage. The intersectional answer, which is one of the more coherent, albeit, I mean, that's a damning statement in itself, of the theories that have been come up with in recent years. And this one, of course, says your society is unequal, and as a result, we have found this stratospheric version of justice, which if we can only operate it in the correct way, with the correct minority identity groups coming at the right speed and in the right location, we'll do that with our society and make it whole and pure and happy. And they seem not to realize that it's like coming in at that angle, and it's just going to cause the most almighty pain and far, far more unhappiness than the system they claim to be critiquing. But that's just another of the ones that's coming in. It's because this inability to say compared to what.
It's interesting that you said that you used the word alternatives quite a lot. What's the alternative? Well, I mean, Angela Merkel literally said that there's no alternative for Germans to vote for. And what's the far-right party in Germany called?
Alternative for Deutschland.
Alternative for Deutschland. So when people are robbed of a sense that there is any alternative other than a moribund status quo, you get some nasty things emerging as that alternative. But let's follow up on that last point. And Sam, maybe you have some thoughts here, because I know that you're such a fan of identity politics. That's essentially what Douglas is talking about in terms of intersectionality.
Yeah. Well, I was just thinking about a story I heard. This is not on the identity politics point, but there's a story recently that I heard. I'm sure it was reported widely somewhere, but I just saw it in a series of tweets from the New York Times journalist Rukmini Callimachi, who's the New York Times.
She's doing great work.
She's great. Most of what you might have read about ISIS, at least in the Times, has been covered by her. And she tweeted about this pair of cyclists, I forget where they came from, who were run over in, I think it was Tajikistan? By someone who consciously had pledged affiliation to ISIS, and just saw in Tajikistan the way to run over an infidel is to see someone who's obviously a foreigner. And so apparently he had seen this couple riding their bicycles, clearly from some other country, and ran them over as an act of jihad. But what made this so poignant, and I think it encapsulates so much of what we're talking about here, is these were perhaps the most perfectly idealistic young couple on earth. They were riding all over the globe with as a conscious evocation of the philosophy that we just live in one world and they're just good people everywhere, and if you just put yourself out there, you will find that people of every culture and every race and every background and every religion will want to host you and feed you, and they encountered a lot of that, perhaps almost all of that, until they didn't, right up to the moment they were run over by jihadists. And so you had the coincidence of the youthful Enlightenment idealism, like, oh, we live in one world where all well-intentioned people of whatever background will find a way to have their values converge. And it's a safe world, and it's a world where you can, with confidence, just go out and not live in fear of difference, right? And all the while, they are putting themselves in a circumstance that's tailor-made to have their idealism shattered by, most horribly, not human evil, but bad ideas that are indistinguishable from the worst of human evil.
Douglas Murray looks poised like a cat.
Yeah.
Douglas Murray destroys Eric Weinstein.
There was blood everywhere.
Not the way I cut it on my YouTube channel. So the issue is we have got to get more level-headed about immigration. We've got to stop fetishizing immigration. Yeah. Immigrants are not some special kind of person who's better than whatever you have in your country, which is how our politicians often sell it. Very often what immigrants do is if you have an economy that isn't growing at the proper rate through technology and really technologically led growth, you can create as-if growth by letting in more people to support things like a pension plan. So very often what people are experiencing is that they're being lied to about immigration by immigration experts. Immigrants somehow are a free lunch, they only create good things, they never create bad things, they don't tax systems, and then we treat everybody who wants to restrict immigration, like me, as if they had one reason for doing it. And what is that? Xenophobia, right? Now, somehow, I married an immigrant. A giant chunk of my friends are immigrants, so I'm living in an immigrant experience, even though my family isn't recently immigrated. So I never had any fears because I'm fascinated by language and music. Everything in my life suggests that I'm fascinated by foreign cultures. If you are, then in general you want borders because anything else is it's like pouring all the paint together. You're not going to get some beautiful rainbow in a can. You're going to get some sort of homogeneous thing that's not as interesting. So we've got to get away from these crazy ideas, this mimetic complex. In the US, we've got a poem on the base of a French statue that was given to us, written by somebody who was not part of the French delegation, Emma Lazarus, saying, "Give us your poor, you're tired," as if this was American immigration policy, which it has never been. It has never been our immigration policy, right? And we have to exclude people at borders, right? Borders, fundamentally, you're going to dilute people. And then you're going to treat people who are being diluted. Your vote will be diluted if you let in more people. So you have to be able to acknowledge that there are negatives with immigration.
And as you say, if you're
I'm on a head of steam here.
Go on.
Okay. The thing that you have to realize is that the people who hold the cards on the immigration narrative have this idea that if you let any daylight in with saying there's problems with immigration, you get some sort of horrific outcome.
Right.
And those people need to be humiliated.
Well, look what the German government's been doing. At the beginning of January of this year, the government in Germany enacted a new law which it's actually not entirely clear what it can do, but everyone already knows what it can do from social media, Facebook and so on. It's parts of the German government, including the intelligence services, working in conjunction with unnamed media companies to restrict the debate of the general public on these matters. Now, I just put it out there. Lots of Germans fuming about something they think of as being very unfair What is the best way to make that blow up? Almost certainly to try to put a lid on it, dampen it down. A German publisher said to me recently, the public now here read our papers in the same way that people used to in Eastern Europe. They read between the lines. They read that yesterday a person did something to another person in a place. And they know they're not being given the information, so they fill it in themselves. Because they didn't name the person who did the act, it must have been a migrant, etc., etc., which actually means that the public mind thinks even worse than the facts that are happening. And, I mean, and people think there's no potential downside to this. Just one other point on this. Eric hits, this is a subject of fascination for me because it's such a terrible moral question to try to answer. I like Eric. I don't have much tolerance for people telling me about the greatness of German culture and the importance of reinvigorating it and so on and so forth, because our ears start to jangle with rhymes and echoes. But at the same time, it's not possible, as Eric points out, it's not possible for a culture to live in permanent guilt with no form of redemption ever. Ever.
And it's not fair.
It's not fair.
So,
Right.
And if you notice, having a conversation on immigration, I have, in a civilized way, waited to let you finish, which is part of the importance of this conversation. I was going to say that actually everything you said there, and that's what's if people in the audience do identify as centre-left, the last thing you want to see is the breakup of the European Union and its surrendering to far-right populism. And I can guarantee you, unless we reconsider this conversation around immigration, it will destroy Europe, not just in a cultural sense, but in a legal sense. So I'll give you an example of what's just happened in Denmark. A liberal, in the European sense of the word, in the British sense of the word, a liberal head of state and prime minister in Denmark has just overseen the approval in the Danish parliament of a law that is an attempt too late to deal with this question of a lack of integration in their country, of what they call immigrants and children of immigrants, and it's a euphemism for Danish Muslims. And what they've decided to do is approve a law in the Danish parliament that they will designate certain areas as, and they're using this word, ghetto areas. And the children born in these areas, who are born to immigrant parents but are born in Denmark, are named ghetto children. That's actually the phrase they're using. And they've decided, because they can't do this by religion or race or gender, they can do it by geographic area, and it's constitutional. And what they've said is that every ghetto child in these designated areas that the law stipulates will be obliged to go to citizenship class to learn how to be a Dane, and if they don't, the family will have their welfare withdrawn. But that doesn't apply to children who are outside of these areas that are the ghetto areas. The other thing they've said is that anyone who commits a crime in these ghetto areas will face double the punishment in criminal law than anyone who commits the same crime outside of these ghetto areas. You can see how a parallel legal system is in danger of developing here. And of course what they've done is in Sydney, I think you have Lakemba and a few other areas where there's Australian Lebanese Muslims. Is it called Lakemba? What is it called?
Lakemba.
Lakemba, yeah. Right, so you can't say, okay, I'm going to do this where there's Muslims. What you could say is, okay, Lakemba is a troubled area. I'm going to do this in Lakemba. And everyone knows what you're really talking about is Muslims, right? Now, there is an example in liberal Denmark where this has happened. It's already, that's the case now. It's approved in Parliament. And of course, the dangers of a parallel legal system are self-evident. The dangers of grievances developing and people feeling like they are being judged for the same crime in double the punishment and therefore being discriminated against, all of that doesn't really need me spelling out. Why did that happen is the question. Why has liberal Denmark suddenly in their parliament approved this? And that's because of years of neglect of this one question, and that is integration. And it's why I'm saying that it's inseparable. We have to have a policy that ties immigration with integration and a sense of what the culture is of the countries that we're in. And that means slowing the whole thing down, because you can't have integration if your immigration is too fast. And so when I say to everyone who identifies here as centre-left, if Western secular liberal democratic civilization is what you genuinely want to preserve, then the fastest way to its destruction is to have an uncontrolled immigration policy that leads to these sorts of things. that we're currently seeing in Europe to a point where the far-right party can be the official opposition in Germany in 2018.
But Maajid, isn't the counterpoint to that to say, well, what culpability and responsibility does the far right have to take for this? It's all very well to say we on the centre left are responsible for Brexit because we didn't have an appropriate conversation about how to handle the Syrian refugee crisis, but the people who made Brexit happen were the people who were promoting Brexit and telling lies about Brexit.
The problem I have with that argument is whenever we talk about extremism, we always do acknowledge that there are some grievances the Muslims have that led to them joining radical organizations. In my own case, I even cite that it was racism at home, it was the genocide in Bosnia, and in modern cases, in recent cases, the invasion of Iraq, right? It's not that we're saying ideology doesn't also play a role in radicalizing Muslims, but we recognize that there are some grievances that would have made it a bit harder for Muslims to become radicalized if they weren't there. Invasion of Iraq being a classic case in point, there was no Al-Qaeda in Iraq until George Bush went in. If we're going to apply that in the case of Muslims, then we must equally apply that framework in the case of right-wing radicalization. There are some grievances. I recently did a clip on my LBC radio show, and it was basically, what are the grievances of Tommy Robinson's followers? And they have some grievances that are legitimate that we need to address. One of them is the glaring double standard on Lauren Southern, who's Canadian, people know who she is, she's a Canadian populist right, is it correct? Yeah, populist right-wing activist, I don't know. She was banned from entering the United Kingdom, right? Basically, she's a 20-something-year-old attractive young lady who hasn't got a terrorist hair in her or bone in her body. She has some objectionable opinions that we have the right to disagree with, but she doesn't have a terrorist bone in her body, but she was stopped at the UK border under the Terrorism Act 2000, in particular under Schedule 7. Schedule 7 denies your right to silence under interrogation at any port of entry or exit from the UK. Basically, what that means is it's a criminal offence not to answer the police's questions. And then she was deported, right, under terrorism laws. That same month, a cleric was allowed into the country from Pakistan, who's on the record supporting death for blasphemy, and then he was speaking at a counter-terrorism conference.
With a load of police.
With a load of police, giving the police an award for their counter-terrorism work. And he was in Manchester, right? And so you got this double standard here, where Muslims can get away with all sorts of extremist rubbish, to put it mildly, and are let into the country, and the terrorism law that should be stopping them isn't stopping them. And you've got Lauren Southern, who's a 20-something-year-old young blonde woman that doesn't have any terrorism associated with her, deported under the terrorism law. Now, that's a legitimate grievance. Whether or not you agree with Lauren Southern, that's a legitimate grievance. And so if the invasion of Iraq radicalized a whole bunch of Muslims, that kind of behavior is going to radicalize a whole bunch of people towards the right wing. And we have to be consistent and acknowledge that there are grievances that can also radicalize people towards the right as well.
Bret Weinstein, you're going to jump in.
Yeah, I wanted to point out that there is an evolutionary force haunting this discussion, and I think it's worth just noting where it is and what kind of role it's playing. So, Douglas, when you point to this image of the boy washing up on the Turkish beach and this having a disproportionate impact on the conversation, there's an obvious evolutionary fact here, which is that none of us have ancestors that would ever have faced an image from thousands of miles away that would have been photorealistic and represented the tragic death of a child. In other words, to the extent that you saw a tragically dead child, it was a tragically dead child that was in your environment, and therefore you would have some pseudo-statistical way of analyzing what its implications were. But you can't analyze a photograph in isolation at that distance because you have no idea whether it's a common phenomenon or a rare phenomenon. You're not wired to detect the difference. And terrorism itself actually is based on this very error. When you hear that people have been blown up in some public situation, in some locale, you can't calibrate how much danger you're actually in. So the point is, if you are a force that cannot raise an army large enough to push a nation around, you might be able to push the nation around by psychologically manipulating it into overreacting. So just the same way a bee is not a threat to you, but your allergic reaction to its sting might be, you can cause a country to have an allergic reaction by utilizing the fact that the images of terrorism are much more powerful than the terrorists themselves are. So the fact that we are ancient creatures trying to navigate a modern landscape in which we have totally unrepresentative data, and then people who understand that the data is going to have effects on us employ game theory to cause us to have an emotional reaction to the question of immigration rather than a rational one. So I would argue we have to, in some sense, if you, as I do, believe that you must have borders, that they can't be open or you'll have a game theoretic failure of all of the successful policies within a country, but that immigration is desirable in some circumstances and should be allowed. If you're going to have that discussion and you're going to have a compassionate policy about immigration, it has to arrive out of a dispassionate discussion of the facts and how they interact. And all of this, in some sense, goes back to the question that Eric raises, which is why is it that nations, which I would argue evolutionarily are probably predisposed to xenophobia and to be resistant to immigration, are inviting it, and it has to do with this this pyramid scheme of, it's an economic pyramid scheme where you can solve a temporary economic problem by creating phony growth, which causes people to believe they are economically better positioned than they are. That is to say, that members of the nation feel that things are getting better because they have artificially gotten an influx of well-being that is really the result of the fact that someone has been invited into the economic ladder below them, but that can only go on so long. And so the whole thing is going to unravel ultimately, and the only solution to it is to have a dispassionate conversation about how to be compassionate about this issue. But we can't get there until we recognize we're people who have inherited limits on what we can perceive and understand based on who we were 10,000 years ago. We're just not equipped for the modern media environment.
So just to clarify, Bret, why can it not go on forever? Why doesn't the migrant simply become a new Australian or American and they replace you and then you die and then more migrants keep coming in and the country keeps growing?
Well, there's a
Half
couple
of this
reasons.
country has arrived since the Second World War.
Sure, but there's a question about how large the population can get. So something, I believe it is 50% of the protein in modern people is the result of the Haber-Bosch process, which takes inorganic nitrogen and brings it into the biological cycle by burning fossil fuels in order to make it biologically available. So the point is, our population is way above what the ecosystems could possibly support, even if they were agriculturally farmed intensively. What we're doing is we're bringing in nutrients that weren't in that system to begin with, inflating the population, and ultimately these systems aren't going to be able to handle it. Then there's also the question that Maajid raises, which is there is a level of immigration at which the rate is low enough that assimilation is a natural consequence, that new immigrants find themselves better off by embracing the culture of the country that they're entering. But there's a point at which you've invited in so many people so quickly that what you effectively do is you create these subpopulations that retain their own distinct culture, and that creates an inevitable, I would argue, conditions for racism.
Yeah, I mean,
And extremism.
Yes.
I mean, example of this is, I mean, I'm not in favor of no immigration. I'm in favor of caution and of being careful. And one of the reasons of that is because I see a lot of unexpected consequences. Let me give you one obvious example of the country that Maajid just mentioned. Denmark, like most of Europe, had post-war immigration policies that basically invited guest workers in, and then the guest workers stayed, which they hadn't expected, and then various other things happened. Now, nobody was talking about Islam in this period. I mean, it wasn't in Britain until the Satanic Verses affair in 1989, when the fatwa was imposed on a British novelist by the Ayatollah, that we started talking about Islam in Britain, really. Yeah. And in Denmark, it didn't happen until 2005, when one newspaper editor, the editor of the culture section of Jyllands-Posten, discovered that in a set of children's books about the great religions, they couldn't find anyone to illustrate the one on Islam because nobody was willing to draw pictures of Muhammad. And so this newspaper editor, the culture editor of the paper, commissioned 12 people who were prominent cartoonists in Denmark to do cartoons of Muhammad. Some of them did, some of them didn't. Some of them did ones that were saying the paper's provocative and unnecessarily provoking Muslims. On the back of that, of course, there were riots all over the Muslim world. Quite a lot of people were killed. There were burnings of the Danish embassy and so on. And you know, and I got caught up in a little bit of that. And I was in Denmark for the 10th anniversary of the cartoons in 2015. And I was telling Maajid about this yesterday. It was there'd been an event on the 5th anniversary, but everyone who'd been at the 5th anniversary had been shot since the 5th anniversary, so it was hard to find people to speak at the 10th anniversary. And I and a couple of friends discovered we had headline billing, and it was only after realizing the situation with the 5th anniversary we realized why we were so prominent. But anyhow, this...
Gets funnier, this story.
No, the funny detail was, I discovered afterwards that both the US State Department and the British Foreign Office had told British and American nationals not to go anywhere near the Danish Parliament or the centre of Copenhagen on this day because of the possibility of an attack on our conference. And I was like, well, they didn't tell me that. You know,
You got killed, Douglas. That's
yeah, probably. But anyhow, but the point is I mention this because I spoke to a lot of MPs that day that was in the Danish Parliament because it was the only building in Denmark that they could guarantee the safety of the audience in. Okay.
Yeah. Just think about that for a minute, folks. Seriously.
And actually, ISIS called for an attack on the conference, it turned out, but they couldn't get anyone there in time. And anyhow, I spoke to a lot of Danish MPs that day, and I remember one of them from the centre-right party said to me, I said, what's your view on immigration now? And she said, I don't want any more immigrants from the Muslim world. And I said, isn't that a bit, isn't that a bit simplistic and so on? And her response was, look, all the polling shows that 99.5% of Muslims think that you shouldn't be allowed to publish cartoons of Muhammad. So for every 100 people we invite in, there'll be 99 and more who won't allow our free press to keep on operating in a free manner. So I'm not taking that risk. Now, you can decry that and disagree with it, but it's an argument that's worth thinking about.
This also tells us something else, and that is something we've been neglecting for so long in Western debates about immigration, and that culture is a thing, and it's really important. And it's important because what it means, what do we mean when we say culture, is all of the values that bind us together, and it's our social contract. And if the social contract is being attacked, we don't know how to live together anymore. Yeah. And so one thing that Goodhart is very good at in the UK is an author, David Goodhart, and we have been pretending for so long, especially through the 90s, with this word multiculturalism, that one culture is not in any way better than another. And so I think it was you and Sam, actually, both of you have been asked this question and posed this question before. And there is only one unequivocal answer to this question. Is what we enjoy here in Australia and the culture that we enjoy, however you want to define it, better than the culture that the Taliban want to create in Afghanistan? And there is only one unequivocal answer to that, and is yes, obviously. And you're being, again, people are gaslighting you if they equivocate in the answer to that question.
Yeah, I do think that that's unnecessary. I agree with that statement. So it's better here than the Taliban. Let's be clear.
I'll give way in a second.
The flat whites are much better here than they are in Kabul.
All I'm going to say is that so we've got to at least recognize that culture is as important to this debate as how fast or slow the immigration rate it should be, because it becomes a political problem.
The point is, that's overkill. Like what you said is true, but there's some people who can't make any value judgments because that would be cruel. Right?
Yeah.
All right, it's not about that.
Yeah.
You guys drive on a side of the road that I don't recognize as being the correct side of the road to an American. All right, is it better to drive on the left side or the right side? No, it doesn't really matter. What matters is that everybody drives on a common side, that you don't have things that are incompatible, right, running into each other. And so if you have some state that says church and state have to be separate, and you have another place that says church and state are the same thing, I don't need to get into a discussion about better or worse or values, because that's unnecessarily value-laden. I know that you don't want those two things. Are the Crips better than the Bloods as a gang? I don't know. I just don't want to house them in the same cell block of the prison, right? So there are certain aspects of this that are simply about compatibility that can evade the value judgment so that we don't have to get into that thorny territory. Now, there is I think way too much of this ends up for an American taste because we don't have the same issues with Islam yet in our immigration situation that Europe has. So in the US situation, what I would say is you have never, ever, ever heard an honest immigration conversation. The people who sound compassionate are not compassionate. You have a class of people I call immigrant-entrepreneurs who are making money based on immigration, like immigration lawyers or people who run pension plans, who are trying to figure these things out from a financial perspective. And what happens is that you have domestic groups transferring money amongst themselves. Like, let me steal some money from over here and give it to some people over here in the same country. The owners of capital say, hey, I see that labor is getting a certain share. If I can use immigration, I can beat down wages by pushing out the supply curve. And then fundamentally, I can capture a giant prize called the Borjas rectangle, just living inside a tiny efficiency gain in economics called the Harburger triangle. So you talk about the Harburger triangle as this little efficiency gain, but the real thing that you're salivating over is if I can just get labor to hate themselves for worrying about immigration, by worrying that there's somehow xenophobic, then fundamentally I can push down wages and make it impossible for people to agitate for more money, better conditions, et cetera, which is why it's so bizarre that the left has been fooled. I mean, it's just amazing. And I was told this by people in Washington. Somebody said to me, you don't understand how brilliant our immigration policy is. If you object to any part of it, you're a xenophobe. So we have a way of getting American labor to give up on itself because we will make them self-hating. Right? This is a conscious part of the conversation. And when I discovered in the 90s that in 1986, the American National Science Foundation had done a study of how to keep American scientists from making more money by using visas to make Americans mitigate their wage demands, I thought, this is completely bananas. We're supposed to be drawing our own people into our own fields, and we're secretly plotting against them, using economic theory. And what are we doing? We're using immigrants as an invidious tool to transfer money between groups. And then what we do is we say, oh, you wouldn't hurt an immigrant, would you? Well, no, I'm not angry at immigrants at all. I'm angry at domestic rent seekers who have figured out how to manipulate the situation. It doesn't require culture. It doesn't require any discussion of Islam. The key point here is that you have never been allowed to have or hear a conversation about immigration in adult terms where compassion, where self-interest, I guarantee you that there's nobody on this panel who is for open borders, and there is nobody on this panel who is for closed borders. Right?
Just in the European context, though, I think the cultural conversation around Islam is particularly difficult to avoid because you've got citizens of Europe born and raised.
I'm not saying that there is no cultural issue. We have cultural issues in the US as well. And I do think, to be honest, that we benefit from a certain amount of foreign culture to give us hybrid vigor. Right? So it's not that I'm trying to keep American culture pristine and we have to only integrate. I don't want to only integrate. I'm pretty excited about immigrants, and I want to make sure that we have a sustainable stream for generations to come by not binging and purging and doing some sort of violent process that is based upon allowing people to manipulate our heartstrings against our better interests.
And
Douglas,
and there's a set of just good practice on this question, as on a lot of other questions, which is not to presume that you can see into the heart of people who disagree with you on an issue, because that is the reason why, as you say, you're a xenophobe if you want to have any textured discussion on it. This does unbelievable damage to the debate, and obviously that's one of the ones it's most pertinent on. But I mean, every single one of the tripwire issues of our time is vulnerable to this claim. I can see into your heart, and I know what you're secretly doing. And none of your words may do this, and none of your actions may do this, but I know what you're really after. This is a very dangerous thing to introduce into debate. Because
and this is what Kathy Newman is, the gift that keeps on giving. Because, we all went through that where, so what you're really saying is the one move.
Right. And the real thing that comes to this, by the way, one way to solve that, which I've occasionally suggested, is that on this, as on other issues, there should be a punishment for frivolously making a claim that is untrue. So if, for instance, you frivolously claim that the people who disagree with you are all racists, you should suffer some form of societal shame and consequence equivalent to that which you are trying to hand out. Otherwise, there's just no reason not to keep doing it. I mean, I've said this to Sam before. We discussed this on your podcast when I suggested that when people erroneously make various claims against Sam, he should just say, well, it's just a shame you're such a paedophile.
And they go, what? And, and if they say, I beg your pardon, you go, it's not my fault you keep on shagging kids. And they go, what are you, and they're like, we're all quite annoyed about it, but, it's and just keep, just keep going on.
Just don't say that to Maajid, because he'll get $3.4 million out of it.
But you should say, look, you've made an insincere claim about me, and I'm doing one back.
This episode of the Waking Up Podcast is brought to you by Black Magic Chocolate.
You got stuck in a fight on this, didn't you, on your podcast? On immigration.
I want to hear from Bret and then I want to hear from Sam.
Well, actually, I have I feel like we're evading the hard case here, and it was the point where Douglas started, where he claimed that we are simply not up to the super stimulus of the especially salient ethical conundrum of finding the corpse of a specific infant on a beach, or hearing too much of the pain of a specific family from some war-torn area, let's say Syria. I mean, the refugee. I mean, there's immigration, there's economic immigration, there's refugees, and those are somewhat distinct. But if you make the economic disparities sufficiently wide, they kind of run together. And I think it's hard to totally defend, in pragmatic terms, it's hard to defend those who are calling for open borders. But in ethical terms, I see their point, because we're living more and more in one world. And we want to live more and more in one world. We should want to live more and more in one world. We have problems, long-term problems, that can only be solved by thinking as a single species on a single planet, right? Nation states are not the end game for us as a species. And whether we ever get to something like a world government, we have to recognize the ultimate untenability of living within our borders as though we could solve every human problem by just being selfish up to the political boundary between, where one line was drawn on a map. And we know, I think all of us know, when we take the time to think about it, that we can't justify the ethical disparities in this world with respect to the variable of luck. I mean, some people are incredibly lucky to be born where they're born, when they're born, and some people are incredibly unlucky. And we're all very, very lucky not to have been born yesterday in Syria or 10 years ago in Syria. And when you focus on the specific case of a family in Syria trying to get out, there seems to be no ethical justification for not letting them in to this lucky circumstance. Now, when you pair that untenability with this other fact that the problem is not the problem we're talking about with respect to jihadism and a clash of civilizations and the differences between cultures, the problem is not the color of people's skin or the language they speak or where they came from or the food they like or the music they produce. The problem are the ideas in their heads that they're willing to organize their lives around and in many cases die for, or even let their children die for, right? And some ideas are so bad that we have to do almost anything we can to keep them out of our society. But the ideas obviously cross borders. They cross borders on social media. They cross borders with YouTube videos. And so it is, on some level, I mean, the real issue is that we have to win a war of ideas.
Often in the heads of the very same people you're feeling sorry for, which is an important point. It adds a layer of complexity, doesn't it?
But you take these specific cases. So, for instance, like if you said, I mean, this is something that happened to me in various contexts. I'm sure it happened at least once on my podcast, where I said, well, if you find a family of refugees, if we knew we could only let in 200,000 refugees, say, in any given year into the U.S., to learn that this set of 100,000 refugees were all Christians coming from these war-torn areas in the Middle East or in sub-Saharan Africa, well, that would be relevant information. Insofar as we could actually know that they're Christians, that would be good news, because what we're worried about now at this moment in history are the jihadists we might be inadvertently importing. Now, to say that, as many Christocentric bigots would also say, is on the left tantamount to an expression of Islamophobia and, bizarrely, racism. But it is not an irrational preference. If you want 100% of jihadists are Muslim, right? To not admit that is to be just tongue-tied by your own masochism and white guilt, and to have been browbeaten by people arguing in bad faith. So the truth is, we really do want to know what people believe, and the question, how many more jihadists do you want in your society? The answer to that is always zero, right? It has to be zero. And so we have to argue about beliefs. We have to find out, insofar as that's possible, what people believe. We can't just treat it like it's the left side of the road. The left side of the road is good for you. The right side of the road is good for me. We just have to agree to disagree across borders, but within our borders, we have to stipulate that one thing works and the other doesn't. It's a bigger problem than that. We know that we are right to, insofar as it is possible, to go into Afghanistan and stop the Taliban from mistreating their girls, because they're not their girls, right? They're just girls who are unlucky to be born in Afghanistan.
Yeah, but Sam, I have to say that this is a rare point where I actually find that I'm in pretty serious disagreement with some of the things that you asserted without proof, which were that compassion for others in less fortunate circumstances, some sort of Rawlsian veil, should be treated with visas and citizenship. And
well, no, I'm not saying it's pragmatic to do it. I'm saying that's the tension here, because what I also fear, I think, is that if we did, so what would be the consequences of opening our borders? Let's say compassion won. Let's say we said, yes, there's no way to defend this disparity in good luck that we find ourselves enjoying here in Sydney, say. So we just open the borders to the rest of the world. What happens? I fear there that you'll have uncontained immigration to the point where there's simply, life gets bad enough in places like Sydney that there's no longer any reason to immigrate, right? So that it's like there's some perverse osmosis that we would witness, where everything is brought down to the lowest common denominator. We don't want that. So obviously, we can be selfish enough to defend our way of life in the face of that.
Selfish. I mean, like the language to me is so distorted. How much credit
do you want to be given for being born where you were born in a context that was free of civil war?
I'm luckier than some and less lucky than others, and that is a part of the human existence. I don't believe that I have an obligation to reshuffle the world according to luck. I mean, no part of natural selection.
It's not an obligation, I'm just saying, but this is what makes Douglas's starting point hard to parse, because given enough information, right, you meet the little girl. I mean, this is what happened to Angela Merkel. Like, someone brought the little girl right up to her. I mean, the little girl herself, I think, said, why are you keeping my family out, right? And that just overwhelmed, her
but any triage
empathy circuits.
Yes, I don't know how to say this, that the horror of the human condition and the beauty of the human condition are things that we have to accept. And what terrifies me is this sort of simplistic compassion that we have for erasing these differences. I mean, I didn't build the differences in. I don't necessarily like the differences, but I know that, for example, if I brought everybody in Bangladesh and India up to US levels of prosperity, I'd have an ecological disaster, right? And so does that mean we're obligated to stop producing? Maybe. I'm certainly open to these discussions, but what concerns me is that the level of analysis is not equal to the problem that presents itself. That somehow we've become simplistically compassionate, and I don't want to give up the compassion. I want to give up the simplicity.
So I think we have to actually go back to Maajid's question about one culture being better than another, because actually, once you tease that apart, some of these other issues become clearer. So there's one way in which it actually is impossible that one culture is better than another. It's like asking, are fig trees better than elephants? That question does not compute, right? You can't
No, they
answer.
are not. Elephants are amazing.
Well,
I'm with Josh here.
yeah.
Figophobic.
All right, I could pick a better example than fig trees, apparently. But nonetheless, the point is, at one level, all cultures are an evolutionary response to some circumstances. And in those circumstances, they are liable to be best. When we compare them under arbitrary circumstances, we've got a very different puzzle.
But
So-
you're privileging survival over human well-being.
No, I'm saying this is the least important fact about it. So we
Right.
can say Inuit culture is surely best for the Arctic, right? If we took Aboriginal culture to the Arctic, it would last all of, an hour. So the idea is they're all equal. There is a justification for that claim, but that claim is trivial. And then there's a question about differences like the ones Eric points to, which are arbitrary. Which side of the road do you drive on? It doesn't really matter. There's not a better side of the road, but you've got to agree. And then there are places where there is actual betterness. But that betterness comes from an entirely different realm. That betterness comes from a place where we've actually agreed on values. In other words, we've said, this is something we would like to see more of, and then once we specify what this thing is that we would like to see more of, then we can say, well, this system produces more of it than that system. So, for example...
Or less of as well.
Sure. But if we take, for example, the difference between a polygynous system and a monogamous system, is one better than the other? No, they both evolve under different circumstances. But one is better if what you want to do is reduce violence and the tendency towards warfare. So there is no objective way in which we can claim that warfare is bad and that violence is bad. But of course, everybody in the room would probably agree that they are bad from some other perspective, which is the values that we all share, which then goes to Sam's point. So if we can get to a conversation where whatever group of people it is that is trying to govern itself can agree on the values that it would like to see maximized, then we can have the conversation about what the cultural structures are that produce those values. And then we get into an issue with immigration, which is to the extent that you are inviting people in whose values are at odds with the values that the self-governing entity has agreed upon, what do you do about that?
Right.
Do you
Now-
require
Well, is it-
embrace of the local values, or do you tolerate alternative values existing in some sort of pocket?
It's a very real problem that you're going to feel a moral duty to allow in a family that have survived a war in Syria where they were at risk of being enslaved by ISIS. And the high probability is that that same family unit, when you let them into a Western society, will hold ideas that could be homophobic, could also be anti-woman, could believe in death for blasphemy. And the same family unit that, on the one end, deserve your total sympathy and empathy, also have ideas
And by the way,
that could be hostile to others in your
I
society.
find this one fascinating because a little while ago I was, I've had like Maajid, I think various other people have done a lot of traveling in my career and traveled to a lot of the world and seen some of the world's trouble spots up close. And it has always given me exactly the inverse of the kind of tub-thumping view that some people might ascribe to people like me. And it's the inverse because what it's persuaded me of is not the luck, but a sense of the fragility of a culture like the one I'm from. I'm not persuaded that it's a natural default of our species. I'm not persuaded that it's all that strong. I think, for instance, we've talked about this before, Eric, I'm not persuaded that the Enlightenment values that I think everyone on this stage shares an admiration for have gone down that deep or that wide, even in our own societies. So I'm not that persuaded that, what I describe as the parochialism of the internationalists is a good response to this set of challenges. Because let me give you another example, by the way, which feeds off the example that Maajid just gave. Because we are actually able to have some of that conversation in other scenarios. Last year I went to report on the war going on in the north of Nigeria. And there's a form of tribal and also religious conflict going on. And I was traveling around these villages, which are Christian villages, which are being attacked by these particular Fulani herdsmen. And they're coming on a regular basis, and they're raping women, they're macheteing pregnant women, and it's just hell.
what's going on there. I came back to the UK, I was writing about it a bit, and I was just very struck by the number of friends of mine who I was describing this terrible situation to, who would say things to me, things like, well, the Nigerian churches are very homophobic. And I'd be like, what? Well, I just don't have much sympathy for the Nigerian Christians. I mean, they're not attractive victims.
Yeah.
And I'd be like, sorry, the girl who'd just been shot through the leg, who was 4, doesn't strike me as being a useful person to take out your particular quibbles about homophobia in the Anglican Communion. You know, like, why are you doing that? But they can in that situation, or at least they feel kind of able to, and yet you have another situation, you say, a Syrian family, you were nowhere near that conversation in that.
And to give some facts to what you're just saying there, so the fragility of our values and the fact that our lack of defense over the course of the last decade or more for those values has actually led to their erosion in many instances. Just look at how fragile they are. So if you survey, the last known survey done of British Muslims' attitudes towards homosexuality found 53% said that they would criminalize homosexuality if they were in power. And that's British Muslims born and raised in that country. That's not gay marriage they're saying they would outlaw. It's being gay that they said they would outlaw. 53%, by the way, is not an insignificant minority that is on the fringes. That's a majority.
And do you remember
the
2010 when the same thing was that? They asked different communities in the UK what their tolerance was. They came up in the UK Muslim community, 0% tolerance
towards being gay. 0%. Found it morally acceptable.
And it was like, is this like, you don't like civil partnerships? No.
Being gay. And there's one more. There's one more for you. After the Charlie Hebdo massacres in France, when the Charlie Hebdo magazine was attacked by jihadists, a quarter of British Muslims responded to a survey suggesting they had sympathy for the attackers and not the attacked. So this is why values are relevant. Because, of course, I think it's a no-brainer that we on the center-left make a connection and say, if racism spreads in society, it makes it easier for people to be racist, which makes it easier for people to discriminate against others because of what they look like and their racial groups. But we somehow don't make that connection with extremist thoughts. And this is the failure of the left, or label it the regressive left, that we don't join those dots and say, if a significant enough people in our society's belief that blasphemers should be killed, it makes it easier for blasphemers to be killed.
But don't we have to point a mirror at ourselves in order to finish this out? In other words, there are certain things that we can look at, these extremist beliefs, and we can say, and I think with plenty of justification, those are inferior beliefs. They are abhorrent. On the other hand, so dare I guess.
Go on.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, that's the. So
Get ready.
Let's talk about the burqa for a second.
Oh, please, I've been waiting to,
Good. So I would imagine that it would be a widely shared belief in this room, and certainly on the panel, that there's something very troubling about the burqa. And in particular...
It's a monstrosity.
I believe there would be a lot of resonance with that belief on the basis, at the very least, that part of your human birthright is to communicate via facial muscles, which are actually really unique. They are uniquely evolved for uniquely human stuff, and to deny a person the ability to use those things is barbaric. On the other hand, there's always, it struck me as hypocritical that we don't recognize that the burqa is one terrible solution among a whole pantheon of terrible solutions to a problem that's actually much older than humans. That there's a primate problem with groups in which there are multiple males. How do you get pair bonds to stick when you have multiple males jockeying for position? It's almost impossible to do. So we don't see it as a widely distributed property amongst primates. So human cultures have solved this in a whole bunch of different ways. Some of them absolutely monstrous, and beyond the burqa, of course, female genital mutilation, for one. So we have all of these bad solutions. I believe, without exception, the costs of them fall disproportionately on women. But the West, which doesn't have any of these things, the modern West, also does not have its shit together with respect to human sexuality. So we do things like sexualize young girls. We allow corporations to get into our minds and make people feel insecure about their bodies and their sexuality and all of this stuff. And then we monetize the sexuality of young women. And it's really kind of a despicable system in its own right. So you've got two different failure modes, neither of which are acceptable. But to focus on the one failure mode and not recognize the problem or the solution, the problem to which it is a solution is not fair. And really we ought to be having the conversation about how do we once and for all deal with this problem in some way that is fair to people and matches our values and doesn't require us to rationalize.
Isn't one answer to that to constantly be aware of the fact that this is just an ongoing tension? To recognize that there are tensions like this in our species, which we're forever going to have to...
There is a difference between a burqa and what you just, with respect, Bret, what you just said, because...
Don't text now.
No,
Maajid just
so
pulled
here we
his
have,
phone out.
can everyone see that? I hope you
Of course.
There's a man on a beach. He's got no shirt on. He's in the sea, and he's got his baby girl there.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you see that, guys? Can you see
Yeah.
that? Yeah, can you see that? Right?
Yep.
Right? He's on the beach. He's got his baby girl, and he's got a huge smile on his face, which you won't be able to see from over there. And here is an image. This is an image. I don't know if this is a photograph or a photoshopped image, but all of us have probably seen that at some stage in our lives. I certainly have. The man has got no shirt on, a bit fat. He's in the sea. He's got his baby girl in his arms. He's got a huge smile on his face. And his wife here is in a full burqa on the beach, right? Because she cannot take that off. And if she does want to swim, this is what she ends up looking like. She has to go in with her full burqa on her body, and she can drown like that, by the way. It's very dangerous. She can drown. Now, the difference between what you just said, advertising, the use of the female body and the male body, by the way, it's not just women who are sold in these adverts. There's a lot of pressure on men to look good as well. Don't I know it? So, but the point I was going to make very quickly is the following.
You rise to the situation admirably.
The difference is dogma, right? So what I find particularly morally objectionable to this burqa is the dogma that there in that heat on the beach, that woman cannot remove her clothing even if she goes into the water.
You don't hear me defending the burqa.
No, I know. I'm not saying you are. I'm not strawmanning you. I really genuinely am not. What I'm saying is that there is a serious intellectual and moral distinction between the way advertising companies use men and women to sell a product, which isn't a dogma, it's a market-driven thing, and if the market changes, that will change, and a religious dogma that regardless of changes to the market, changes to the weather, changes to the country geography or anything, will stick to this one thing and regardless of the suffering it causes. And that's why I've got a problem in particular. Other people call it brainwashing, but I'm going to say dogma is... I know because for once upon a time, when I was 16, subscribed to a dogma. It is terribly corrosive and corrupting of the human mind.
Wait. I want to just fix one thing that you've said about my position before Eric jumps in here.
You're right, okay. Yeah.
Okay. It is not the advertising of stuff with female bodies that's getting to me. It is the exploitation of insecurities. That the way advertising companies get you to buy stuff you would not otherwise buy is by making you insecure. And sexual insecurity in particular is, they are maiming the psychology of large numbers of people by exploiting these insecurities in this particular way. That's one of a dozen different critiques we could level at the
and
way...
I think that's bad, but I don't think it's the same. That's what
I'm not saying it's the same, but I'm saying we need to be honest about the fact that we have not solved the problem that the burqa solves, right? We have invited a different... The burqa causes a problem, it solves a second problem, and we have eliminated the one problem and traded it for a different one.
I guess all I'm saying is, because I'm in the middle of this, the trenches of this debate, what I don't want people to hear what you're saying you're not doing, but I fear that it could be heard in your words that there's a moral equivalence between the two, and there simply isn't.
Well, so this, but now we're having the same problem that we accuse the other side of. I mean, Bret is making a next level point, in my opinion, which some people will definitely misinterpret the first 3 times they hear it. But in part, one of the things that I didn't understand about multiculturalism is that we were never going to get multicultural. So those of you who have a phone where you can search, put in Zeki Muren, in Turkey, and you will find that the national treasure singing sensation of Turkey is a guy who is gayer than Liberace, right? And it's very confusing. And then you can look at fatwas in Iran under the Ayatollah Khomeini allowing for sexual transition surgery, right? So if you actually look at the Islamic world, we are strawmanning the Islamic world in part. I'm not saying it does not have problems with homophobia. It absolutely does. What I am saying is that we did not even bother to learn all of the variants of Islam, all of the weird ways in which I cannot find a traditional society that does not make a place for non-binary individuals, right? In South Sulawesi, there are maybe 5 genders, and they can become priests, whether you're talking about the Katuis in Thailand or the Hijras in India. Every single traditional society deals with homosexuality, deals with non-binary individuals, and there are things to exploit. You can ask yourself the question, hey, if you're cool with Zeki Müren in Turkey, how do we actually get that to work within the Islamic world that is now resident in the West? And so my concern about all of this is I don't know how to elevate the conversation and say, however much you were budgeting for this conversation, budget 10 times that. Because if we're not going to be able to live together harmoniously until we take an extraordinarily deep interest.
On that, just on the religious grounds for why Iran does that, and Pakistan has the same thing. They're called, so the hermaphrodites in Pakistan, there's actually, most weddings in the Punjab have them perform, sure, and they're quite accepted and normal. Is the fatwas acknowledge where there is a biological hermaphrodite-like situation, and therefore why they say you can choose your gender, and you can even alter biologically undergo a sex change operation for the gender of your choice, because their starting point is God created you mixed, so that that's a dispensation. What they do not tolerate and do not allow, or what no fatwa allows in Iran or Pakistan or Saudi Arabia, is homosexuality. It's a different thing too.
That's why people are offered sex changes in Iran if they're found to be gay. You could either be hanged or you could have
so
sex
that can
change.
become very sinister.
Yeah.
You know. So homosexuality is very different to the sex change operation fatwa.
Let's just we're going to have to go to questions in just a moment. So if you didn't get to ask a question last time, then please push your way to the front of the queue, and you'll be able to ask it as well. Maajid, in the past, you've been very articulate and useful in distinguishing between the different grounds on which one might be concerned about different spheres of the Muslim community. And I fear that it would be remiss of me not to raise the point. I mean, Eric just said that we're sort of strawmanning the Muslim world. I think we're also strawmanning a bit what happens to migrant communities once they come to the new world. So one of the concerns is the one that Sam raised about jihadist terrorist threats, so a security concern. But Douglas's point seems to be more about cultural assimilation and whether or not Enlightenment values can withstand the influx of people who don't share them. And you've been good about delineating between the difference between those people who might be anti-Enlightenment values. They're not necessarily jihadists. Yeah. You know, the difference between conservative Muslims and so on. And I can just imagine people thinking about this conversation taking place in the 1950s in Australia, and people saying, look, there is no way that the Greeks and Italians are going to assimilate with broader Australian society. And then in the 70s, they'd say the same thing about the Vietnamese, and they'd say the same thing about the Lebanese. And here we live in a country that is actually very harmonious. And over time, these anti-Enlightenment values, I don't know what you would have gotten if you'd asked newly arrived Vietnamese refugees questions about social conservatism and their tolerance of gay people in the 1980s. Sure. But now their kids are cool with it.
So my father's generation, who migrated to the United Kingdom, would never have heard of Islamism. It was alien to them, and yet were conservative Muslims. My father prays 5 times a day. My grandmother from my mother's side wears a headscarf. And I think what I'm worried about, the difference is, of course, they then went on to have children, many of whom did integrate. The difference is if we stop having a conversation around why certain values matter and why they're important, then that won't happen. That's what I'm saying. And I think the danger is that we've basically, in a self-flagellating way, stopped asserting the superiority of certain values over others that are self-evident. As long as we can revive that, then what you've said will happen again. There's nothing stopping Muslims from integrating in the West, as long as we're having these conversations. And it's when we stop having these conversations that people lose their moral compass.
Douglas, wrap this up for us.
it really just wanted to make a final point, but it also picks up on what the very difficult point which Bret got us into. And it's an important one, but it does allow me to come back to the thing we started on, which is the migration question. But I think there's a window through this question which helps us address others as well. I've been very struck in recent years by the way in which, as I say, in that debate, as with almost every other one of the tripwire debates of our time, it's set up so ruddy badly. And it's set up so badly because there is this ongoing presumption that the discussion is actually easy. And people make it easy for themselves by saying, my opponents are all evil, my opponents are all Nazis, my opponents are all fascists or racists or whatever. And when I was going around all the migrant camps and traveling all over to research my last book, I came to what I thought of as quite an important realization, which was that the whole thing was set up so badly because actually what was happening was there were competing virtues. And this goes back to the Bret point as well. And Aristotle addresses this, and I found it very useful in the migration debate, and I think it applies to others. Aristotle says that there are occasions when what is happening is two virtues are in competition. And it may mean that you're misunderstanding one of them, or misapplying one of them. And the one I realized in the migration discussion was there was a battle going on, not between good and evil, or between good guys and bad guys, or tolerant people and xenophobes. There was a serious tension between the call for human justice and the call for human mercy, and that these two things on this question are in fundamental opposition. The desire to be merciful to people and the desire to have justice for the place you are from, including for the people from the place you are from. And this same thing applies in so many of these discussions. And one way through the terrible way we have the discussions these days is to recognize that fact and open ourselves up to the difficulty of accepting that some of these things go, not between you and me, but right down the heart of ourselves. We all feel it. We all feel the thing that Sam mentions, the fucking luck we've got, the insupportable, unjustifiable luck. And we also know the fragility. And this is not one over the other, but both all the time, trying to master that within ourselves as well as a society.
Why is it so easy to have difficult conversations within a restricted group according to certain rules of interaction which have been largely forgotten? And what is making that so difficult to do in this larger container? And it's sort of fantastic that you see the same problem on different continents and different countries and different cultures, so that there really is some sort of global environmental variable that is making it very tough to do in public. So I think that in some sense it's a great premise, but it is also the conceit here is that it's actually relatively satisfying and easy to do it once you agree to what a conversation is.
Does everyone accept that?
Yeah, I mean, the premise is it is in fact terribly difficult to do widely, and you do it at great reputational risk, it seems, but it's totally bewildering that this is the case. I mean, it should be, as Eric points out, it should be easy to do. It should be, I mean, these are, with a modicum of charity, and with, I mean, this trope that Eric, I don't know if this is your coinage or not, the notion of steelmanning, but the ability to, the practice of putting your opponent's view in a form that he or she would agree with, and then addressing that, your arguments to that. I mean, that is so rare in normal society, within journalism, or the talking heads on television, that it seems like some sort of intellectual breakthrough and a moral breakthrough, but it's just basic
simply to be
decency,
moderately generous towards your opponent. Yeah. Maajid, you were going to jump in
I think that when you give everyone a voice, there are good things that happen with that and bad things. And one of the bad things is that everyone has a voice, everyone has a platform, therefore everyone has an audience that they're playing to. And if everyone is attempting to please their own audience and the echo chamber that their audience is and the confirmation bias that is prevalent, then people aren't speaking to each other. They're speaking at each other to their audiences. And that's when often you find people are speaking, actually, they're speaking across each other, because really what's happening is I'm too busy worried about what my followers will think about what I'm saying, rather than actually having a conversation with the person in front of me. And I'm also worried about the backlash. And I'm also worried about the backlash if I say something I want to say from my followers or from other people's followers. So I notice there's also hypocrisy in that. So often the backlash is weaponized for political purposes. And so if you compare, let's say, Roseanne Barr and something she said on Twitter with, say, this lady Young on the New York Times editorial board. What's her first name? Forgive me. Sarah, right? And the same people who are calling for Roseanne never to have a TV show ever again are defending Sarah. And the same people that are saying that Sarah should be sacked were defending Roseanne, because actually it's all about what your audience wants. And you cannot have a civilized conversation if that's what your thought process is, and if everyone, therefore, is playing to their audiences rather than actually having a conversation with the person in front of them.
Let's address... sorry, do you want to jump in there?
Yeah, I did. I think there are a couple things. One lesson from the fact that there is, for lack of a better term, an IDW that is succeeding in having difficult conversations, and there's a general experience of difficult conversations running off the rails. You can tell that there must be something distinct, and you can pretty well infer that it's going to be the need to do something counterintuitive. That people who are not succeeding in having those conversations are abiding by some set of rules, and somewhere in those rules is something you're going to have to reverse, even though it feels wrong. So maybe it's the generosity towards the person that you are disagreeing with, imagining that they may have a point that you haven't seen, for example. Another thing is that there are a very tiny number of bad actors, percentage-wise, but they have a very big effect. It does not take very many people trying to derail a conversation to prevent that conversation from happening. And so figuring out how you are going to bar those people in order that the rest can have the conversation is maybe rule one. You can't have the bad actor in a position to disrupt everybody else. And the final thing is, there's just an unnatural fact about the number of people involved in these conversations. The internet is putting us all in contact with each other. And that's having a consequence for language that is really unfortunate, which is that every term is becoming incredibly broad because it comes to include everybody's version of that term. So language has become so crude that we can't have a conversation until we do something, again, counterintuitive, which is invest the time on the front end to say, all right, well, this term, like let's say race, for example, what exactly do we mean? Before we jump into a conversation about race, can we define that well enough that we all know what the term means when we get there, so that we're not tripping over basically effectively mutually exclusive definitions that cause misunderstanding?
Why would there be a misunderstanding about the meaning of the word race?
Oh, it's a great test case, because, I mean, in fact, I've changed my position on it, because I constantly heard as a biologist that I'm supposed to believe that race doesn't exist because there's more genetic variation within so-called races than between. And that's true, but also meaningless. And so I was pushing back on that for years, because that mathematical fact does not imply that races don't exist. It implies that there's a demarcation issue. The reason I've reversed my position is that the way we categorize race actually follows effectively the one-drop rule, where we will call somebody black because they have some black in them. That's not a biological phenomenon. That's a sociological phenomenon that's responsive to a kind of selection. So when I say race, that's very imprecise. I will tend to say population, because that is a rigorous term, and I will try to avoid race because it is very hard to define in any way that is rigorous. On the other hand, if I'm going to participate in a conversation about race, I have to figure out, am I going to try to get everybody in that conversation on board with a different term, or am I going to sign up for that term and potentially run afoul of what I know to be true?
Bret, you've just done what I was going to ask you to do. Douglas, you look wistful in a way that I can't tell whether you're flatulent or
it's
about
very
to
hard. Sometimes it's wistful, sometimes it's anger. And it's very hard. There's a very tiny line.
What I did want to get you to do up front, so that we don't get derailed into just talking about one way in which it's difficult to have civil conversations, was for each of you, who each have quite specific fields of expertise and quite specific interests, to give us a brief articulation of a way in which civil discourse breaks down or is difficult in your particular field. Bret, I think you just did that because I think race and racial sort of allyship is fundamentally what has brought you to the notoriety that you have. Sam, do you want to take on faith?
Sure. Yeah. So, haven't I already done that?
This is back to the beginnings.
There's no obvious downside.
So I guess the one sort of generic problem here is that many people, it seems most people, most of the time, whether they'll answer to this charge or not, it still is operating in the background. Most people imagine that wanting something to be true counts at least a little bit as evidence that it is true. I mean, there is it functions as confirmation bias often, but I'm thinking of what is quite possibly the worst justification for religious faith I've ever encountered, and it's amazingly popular. It's some version of, I wouldn't want to live in a universe where there isn't a God who can hear prayers or who can look after things. I wouldn't want to live in a universe where there wasn't some basic love that was a principle of existence spread throughout the galaxy. Well, the fact that you have that preference says exactly nothing about the universe you're living in, right? And there's no place better than science to get that way of thinking beaten out of you, though it obviously can happen in science. But in science, we have pathologized it as confirmation bias or wishful thinking or some form of fraud. In religion, and with this notion of faith, it is in some cases it's explicit. I mean, it is explicitly proposed that because it is so, we can so readily believe in these things, that says something about the plausibility of the doctrines themselves. It certainly says something about their necessity or their usefulness. So I think the universal solvent that first has to be applied is differentiating what you have good reason to believe from what you otherwise would hope is true, wish weren't true, etc. And the only and this is why Pascal's wager, while it has done immense work in our conversation about religion for a few hundred years, has never made any sense. I mean, to consciously adopt a belief because it might be good for you to believe such a thing is not something we should be able to do. I mean, in order to actually believe a proposition to be true, you have to believe that you stand in some relationship to the fact such that if it weren't true, you wouldn't believe it. And wanting something to be true or believing that it would be good for you if it were true is precisely the wrong relationship to have with reality in order to actually be representing it faithfully. So yeah, the first, and this is one of the things that makes conversations on so many of these topics so difficult, because people come in with a very strong, visceral sense that certain things have to be true, otherwise the wheels come off of our common project together. So race has to be an illusion, or it has to be true, depending on somebody's predilection. Systemic racism has to account for all of the differences we see in outcomes for people. Otherwise, something horrible that we can't begin to talk about will be true. And so we find ourselves often in conversations with people who have such an emotional attachment to things being a certain way, they're not even processing any argument you give one way or the other. And to even be giving some kind of counter argument is to be convicted in advance of some reprehensible immoral commitment.
And if it's difficult to dissuade somebody of something that they want to believe in on some kind of social issue, then when the stakes are as high as eternal salvation and the meaning of the universe, it's even trickier, isn't it? Maajid, will you take Islam?
So you're saying these are areas that make it difficult to have conversations
in what respect
about
is
this,
it difficult to have a civil conversation about Islam?
It's easier to ask.
Let's just move right on to Douglas immediately, shall we?
and count the ways.
So it's often said when you're at a family dinner that the easiest way to torpedo the conversation is to talk about religion or politics. And I just happen to have to, as a professional hazard, to speak about both and their intersection on a daily basis. And Islam happens to be probably today the most difficult religion in terms of its relationship with the world. And I say today as a qualifier because it's obviously there's nothing, I think, predetermined for that to remain this way forever. But that's where we are at the moment. And so your introduction pretty much summed it up. I, up until recently, thank you very much, SPLC, up until recently was listed on both sides of the Atlantic on 2 separate lists for attempting to have this conversation. Some of you probably have heard of the SPLC debacle. For them, victory for me.
Just explain it, Maajid.
So, I'll allow that. At any one given time, this time last year, I was on 2 separate lists. In the United Kingdom, I was listed by Thomson Reuters World Check, which is a database, I think Australians say data.
We will understand. We have television here.
Shall I slow down and use subtitles? So it's a database that banks, border agencies, and all types of corporates, accountancy firms subscribe to do background checks on the person that they're servicing, right? So if you're going to an accountancy firm, they want to know if you're involved in financial terrorism. If you are, they don't want to do your accounts. If you go to a bank, likewise, they don't want you to bank with them if you're involved in financial terrorism. Border agency is self-explanatory. So all of these different, quite powerful institutions subscribe to Thomson Reuters, yes, the journalism agency Reuters, that runs a database called World Check that is run on a subscription model for profit. And for some reason, I found myself under the category red terrorism designation of this Thomson Reuters World Check database. So in the United Kingdom, I was listed under a category red terrorism designation, which meant bank accounts were shut down. It meant I had trouble at borders, and it meant that accountancy firms were refusing to work with me. And yet, at the same time, so this is Muslim terrorism, right, listed. At the same exact time, across the Atlantic, in the United States of America, I was listed by the Southern Poverty Law Center as an anti-Muslim extremist. And so these 2 lists were going side by side. And it got to a point where, as you can imagine, both are very powerful and influential organizations. The Southern Poverty Law Center was used by the FBI. It was, of course, it's the organization that George Clooney gave $1 million to, and Tim Cook, head of Apple, gave $2 million to. That means $3 million, which eventually I won when I sued them. I actually won $3.4 million because they offered me $3 million. I said no, and then I made $400,000 in a day.
Somehow I think you're not going to get an Apple commercial out of this.
So, now, I also sued the Thomson Reuters World Check, but actually, in the United Kingdom, when you sue for defamation, Douglas, just in case it ever happens to you, you've got to sue in America, right? Because though it's harder to prove, it's actually, you win a lot more. So I only got 40,000 for Thomson Reuters World Check, pounds sterling. But the point being, seriously, is that...
You're getting dinner, Maajid.
I became tired of... I was unable to move, because you can imagine, these lists, I mean, so SPLC had its power, its influence, and people were listening to it. And World Check is what it is. Banks, accountancy firms, I had bank accounts, literally bank accounts were shut down. It became very difficult for me to operate. And when you get to that stage, using the law to sue for defamation is usually, it's a last recourse because it's high risk. Imagine I'd lost that case in the Southern Poverty Law Center. People would then forever say, look, he is an anti-Muslim extremist because he sued them and he lost. It's a very high-risk strategy. But in the end, of course, I'm vindicated on both sides. But that kind of symbolizes, I think, this example symbolizes what's wrong with this conversation. That you try and have a reasonable conversation. And people that know Quilliam's work will know that to categorize me as a Muslim terrorist is just absurd. And also, people that know that I continue to identify as a Muslim, to categorize me as an anti-Muslim is absurd. And if I am not safe from that kind of absurdity, then try and get a normal everyday person to have this conversation. who doesn't have the access to those resources, who doesn't want to basically play Russian roulette with whether they're going to win a court case or not, and forever be tarnished if they lose, you know? And then imagine how difficult it is for the average person here to have that conversation that we're saying we should all be having, and get away without being harmed.
Or just ostracized from the room that you happen to be having the conversation in, or hounded on Twitter until you leave that dreadful platform. Douglas, why don't you take immigration?
Sure. Let me start by the way with saying something. I wanted to chip in on your previous question, which is some of the reasons why it's hard. And let me start with this one. It's 18 years since I wrote my first book, and something in my own professional life, I'm not that old, but something in my own professional life has very fundamentally changed in that time. And I've been trying to work out how to sum it up, and it's something like this. I was, when I started becoming a writer, aware that to be a writer, or to be a good writer, you should make sure that you write in such a way that no honest critic can misrepresent what you have said. That if you're a public speaker, no honest critic could misrepresent honestly the content of your speech. And something has changed. I think it's information technology, social media, and more. Something has changed in the last couple of decades to get us to the situation I would now summarize as everyone who writes and speaks in public has to write and speak in a manner that ensures that a dishonest critic couldn't dishonestly misrepresent what you've said, which basically cannot be done. It's an almost impossible task. And I try to resist this as a writer and try to continue to say what I think, but even I'm aware of occasions when I might shave something off. An example.
Self-censor.
Yeah, I mean, there's an example, let me give you one just quite recently. Some years ago at a friend's memorial service, a great son of this country, Barry Humphries, was giving a eulogy, and he read a poem, and it's one of the only times I've burst out laughing at a memorial service. Barry Humphries read this poem that our late friend had wanted him to read, and it was an E. E. Cummings poem, and it was sort of 4 lines, and it made no sense, and all of us sitting in the congregation were sort of... Anyhow, Barry Humphries read these 4 lines, and then at the end said, "I've no idea what that poem means." But he said, if there's anyone here who does understand and can tell me, I will give them a box of black magic chocolates. None of us had heard of black magic chocolates for years. They're still around. Anyhow, with some friends, it became a sort of thing. We often used to joke, you know, whoever's late to dinner has to give everyone else a box of black magic chocolates or whatever. Anyhow.
By the way, to our American audience, Barry Humphries was the man behind Dame Edna, which is probably what they would know. He's bafflingly unfamous in the States.
Well, it's their fault for being ignorant about that. So, anyway, the reason I tell you this story is because some time ago I was writing a piece, and I was being rude about something or someone, and I said at some point... and I give a box of black magic chocolates to whoever can come up with the answer to this. And I just realized, first of all, not everyone was in on the joke, obviously. Secondly, it was sort of fun enough, but the main thing was I suddenly thought there's just no point in saying black magic chocolates. I just should change it to like Roses or Quality Street or something. And I told this to a black friend of mine who was like, "You did what?" And I was just like, well, I just thought, like, somebody might think, why would he choose black magic chocolates? There's something sinister about that. It's you know, and I just thought, why risk any hassle? So I just threw in Quality Street or something. Anyhow, the point is that you can't really do that. You can't write in order that some absolute maniac won't dishonestly accuse you of something you're not guilty of. So if I feel that, I know that a lot of other people do. The other thing that's really stopping conversation these days is the idea that you can't speak about any experience that isn't your own. Mm-hmm. The sort of breakdown, the identity politics reduction, which means unless you're a woman, you can't speak about anything to do with women. Unless you're a man, et cetera, unless you're this color, you can't talk about that. Unless you're this religion, you can't talk about that. Unless that's your sexual practice and orientation, you can't talk about that. which just, it's forever cutting off conversation which actually is connected to all of us. You know, we're not these weird subsections. We're also a society. We're also, you know, we're also communities beyond that kind of breakdown. And this is making almost all discussion very difficult. And it comes back to what Maajid just said, which is the cost of entry is being made too high for most people. That's my general view. Yeah. If somebody watches what Maajid has put up with in the work he's done, like, why would you do that? Why would you get into that? It happens to be one of the most important things you could get into, but why would you put up with that crap? You know, you could go off and do something else. And this is one of the great successes of the people who've pushed back against Maajid, who've pushed back on all of us in some way. And just one other thing, which is worth throwing out there, which is what I call the YouTubeization of discussion. And the YouTubeization of discussion goes something along these lines. It happens to me sometimes, by the way. I'm sometimes on YouTube and I'll be looking for the latest clip of Eric Weinstein or Stein. Oh my God, I just Steined you, yeah.
Forever Stein.
Eric, I'll be looking up on YouTube. And sometimes there's something that will come up and it'll be like 10 times Douglas Murray annihilated someone or something. Or watch Douglas Murray destroy this person. And I sometimes go, oh, I wonder what I did then. and I click, and I don't do this often, by the way. It's only like most days. No, but I click sometimes, and I go, oh, well, that's just what we used to call a discussion.
Yep.
But it's presented in that way, and very rarely do you actually annihilate someone on television. But the problem about this is it seeps into the general discourse, and I notice people now do this in television studios. They go on in order to have the YouTube excerpt of it announced as X destroys Y utterly and makes him cry. And most discussion isn't like that.
But in your case, it really is.
Oh, well. Well, sometimes, yeah, okay. Anyhow, but that makes it very difficult as well, because people, as somebody said, are auditioning for another medium.
Just talking of auditions, I've just got to make very clear. I did audition today to come here as a woman, but we didn't accept my application. So I noticed that.
You're going to have to work harder at it, I would say. You're not really pulling it off.
It is a...
You can transition at any point in this conversation.
Precisely. That's what's going to give it the gender balance.
Yeah.
I didn't really answer your question.
You didn't answer,
I answered a load of other questions of my own invention.
I don't even think the word immigration appeared in your answer once.
I don't remember.
We'll treasure that moment.
An incredibly novel position on immigration, just articulated by Douglas Murray.
But I think you raised some interesting issues which I want to come back to. And so, Eric, one thing that I think that you could speak to here is, I've been interested in your sort of defense of disagreeableness. In other words, do you want to take on the question of civility itself? In other words, whether or not we can have civil conversations about incivility and civility. I mean, lately it seems like we can't even talk about whether or not we should be being civil without being uncivil about that.
Yeah, there's a lot of chicken and egg in our future on this one. There's an old definition of a gentleman as a man who's never rude by accident. And it's very important that incivility be a spice and not a substrate or a main course. So once in a blue moon, it's perfectly reasonable to eviscerate someone when they are behaving badly, and it's in fact necessary for civility to forcibly let people know that you're quite unhappy. I think that the bigger issue here has to do with something that, like, what really can't we talk about? If you think about what happened in medicine, we had this concept of iatrogenic outcomes, where the harm was done by the hospital, the healer, the nurse, the medicine. And there was a tremendous amount of harm done by people in the healing professions. And this was very confusing. It's a kind of societal autoimmune disease. You want medicine, you want hospitals, you want healers, and in fact they were doing a tremendous amount of harm, and it was very difficult to talk to your priestly class and say, wow, you guys are totally out of control and you're killing people like crazy. What is making this so difficult is what I would call journogenic effects. That is, everything that we do passes through this kind of sense-making apparatus. And the sense-making apparatus is suffering from some kind of crazy autoimmune disease where we absolutely need journalism. I mean, make no mistake about it. We need journalists, we need journalism, and what we have is crowding out the journalism that we need. So it's very confusing, right? Because at some level you hear somebody like President Trump saying, you know, the press is the enemy. And in some weird way he's right, and in some weird way he's terribly wrong. So, you know, if you take Maajid's situation, it's only confusing to Maajid because he hasn't studied quantum mechanics deeply enough to realize that he's Schrodinger's Muslim.
I told you he was the maths nerd of the Marvel group.
And, you know, poor Douglas didn't understand that he needed magic chocolates of color, and then everything would be fine. We're in some situation where we're trying to figure out what can we say so that we do not find ourselves tomorrow hating our own existence because we've wound up in some previously respectable paper or news program completely misportrayed. So let me just ask you, how many people here, like I'm sitting on the far right of this panel, how many people here are on the far right? Okay. How many people here are the alt-right? Okay. Tomorrow, there's going to be a paper that says, if anybody covers this at all, you know, a collection of 6 intellectuals was assembled on stage as a gateway drug to the alt-right. Popular with the alt-right. It would go on, alt-right, alt-right, alt-right. Now, by perseverating, by just repeating something over and over again, like, are there any women in the audience tonight? Okay, technically you don't exist. I'm sorry to say it. Because you're all frustrated white male incels. You don't know this, but it will happen, right? And, you know, we had our friend Jordan Peterson talking to Nellie Bowles of the New York Times, who preceded the esteemed Sarah Jung into this august paper of record. And he, of course, used the phrase enforced monogamy. So what was he going to do with enforced monogamy? He was going to redistribute hot females to incapable males to solve the problem of potentially dangerous mass murderers in Canada. Now, I say this sort of jokingly, but it's really not a joke. I mean, these people are absolutely insane, right? It's complete insanity, and it's insanity in the heart of our sense-making apparatus.
Why is it insanity? Sorry, Martin.
You tweeted something, didn't you, explaining what enforced monogamy meant in a sociological or anthropological sense?
Well, I didn't want to do that, in fact.
I retweeted you.
I know.
Yeah. I did.
You did your part.
A moment of...
Dangerous Muslim, non-Muslim. Retweets psychopathic Jew.
You might need to...
We got a good thing going, man. So in this situation, what I did was I said, you know, enforced monogamy is not unknown to evolutionary theory, but it's certainly a term that I've heard before, I guess it's coming out of anthropology. So I figured the New York Times would probably have used this exact reserved term. So all I did was put in the reserved term in quotes, enforced monogamy. Sure enough, I get 2 results, both of them positive, from previous articles in the New York Times, one of which was talking about reforms in Afghanistan, which were pro-female, and the other one was talking about breeding in fruit flies, which was again, you know, extended to the idea that this would be a positive thing. So these people are on both sides of the aisle. The real thing that's happening is that you have this thing which I call the alt-right, with W-R-I-T-E, right? And what it does is it takes this alternate sense-making collective, which is what I think the intellectual dark web is, and it misportrays it because it's not reporting on us. It says, oh, you're a competitor. We have a job to do, which is to take you out. And the whole problem of this thing is they didn't count on a large collection of people who disagree about very many things, who have different shades, different genders, different sexual orientations, getting along, and shoving a middle finger in their face and saying, you're not getting away with this. And furthermore, what we're finding out, we are just the advanced wing of this group that you all are, right? This is what I call IDW Nation. It's people, it's people who are coming, you're all over the world, we can have meetups, people can find each other. There's no reason to continue to live in fear of what I call the Chihuahua effect, which Bret was talking about. You've got this tiny number of very vocal, annoying people. I mean, I did a poll on Twitter, and I said, if you have an issue between gender and sex, and you have two groups that could adjudicate it, one is gender studies and one is biology, who would you trust? Well, 50% of the comments are like, oh my God, you don't even get the difference between gender and sex, you're so offensive, you're so backward, thanks grandpa, blah, blah, blah. Also comments about my hair, which I really don't understand. The only thing is that 50% of the comments didn't correspond to the 60,000 people who wrote in, where only 5% of them trusted gender studies over biology, right? So this is the whole thing, is that you're living in a gaslit illusion. And the big problem is you've lost your sense-making apparatus. Now, we are not set up to cover the world's news. We're not set up to teach full courses at a university. That may happen at some point. But fundamentally, what we're trying to do is take back the sense-making apparatus. And what you really need to do is to look for this journogenic corruption of sense-making, because it's a tiny network of people that has crawled into your sense-making apparatus the way a hermit crab crawls into a shell that you already know. Well, it's got a new inhabitant, and it's going to derange everything if you continue to let it. And what all I ask is, take the 5% of you that are the bravest, that are the most financially secure, and raise your voices. This can be the nucleation event where, this is the largest public gathering of us that has ever taken place. Thank you, Australia. Let this be the nucleating event. And this is what will take back this journogenic harm that is coming out of our organs that should be giving us sense, but are actually giving us nonsense and deranging us as Iago deranged Othello against Desdemona. God, I love these people.
We're a very Shakespearean country. I would just wonder whether or not the failings of the conventional mainstream media that you call insane and you seem to think occur out of a sort of sense of feeling threatened by the conversations that you guys are having, are actually better attributable just to mediocrity, groupthink, and laziness and sloppiness. I mean, as someone who works in the establishment professional media myself, in that article that you were alluding to with Jordan in the New York Times, the journalist didn't even explain why she thought that enforced monogamy would be a bad thing. She wrote, "I scoffed and laughed because it's all so absurd." I'm paraphrasing, but that was the gist of the line. And then she didn't go on to explain why it's absurd. She assumes that every single person reading that is automatically going to agree with her and just be laughing and scoffing. Well, I wasn't laughing and scoffing. I wanted to know what she thought. If she wants to tell me that it's absurd, then she has to explain why it's absurd. To me, that is just the assumption that that everyone agrees with you, and you're blind to your own bubble. It's not feeling threatened.
I'm sorry. So you want to know about disagreeability? I want to take the other side of this.
Yeah, go for
counterpart.
it. Yeah.
No, this lady first called up Bret, and then she called up me, and she had something that she really wanted to write. She wanted to write about MRAs, right? Now, I did not know what an MRA was, and she said, "Well, of course, you're an important MRA." And I said, "I don't even own a gun." And she said, No, not National Rifle Association, Men's Rights Advocate. I said, huh? Or activist or something. I don't even know what it is, right? Okay. So the point is, we have an ugly suit, and we'd like to fit you into it. And the answer is, well, I decline. I do not wish to wear your ugly suit. Well, you can't do that. We're the New York Times, and we're the paper of record. And my feeling is, no, you're just some lady, and you're not really particularly good at what it is that you do. And that's your problem. Now, in the case of Ezra Klein, he just gave a defense of Sarah Jong. And I did not know this. Boy, did I learn a lot from this article. I really
Also, just to people who haven't been following the Sarah Jong thing, or who aren't on Twitter quite as much as we are, or who are listening in the future.
How many of you guys have heard about Sarah Jong? You're raising your hands. I can't see like anything.
Shout.
All right.
Who wants to explain it briefly?
Sarah Jong, we did not know. She came out of, I guess, Vox, the Vox group.
I mean, just keeping it very brief, she's someone who the New York Times has
Hired
hired
to their
the
editorial
board, one of the most important positions in terms of shaping the opinion of the paper. And it turned out that over the course of some years, several years ago, she tweeted things that were anti-white racism.
Things like all white men, I think, should
Cancel
die.
cancel all white people.
Kill all white men and stuff like that, which basically apparently means...
Well, and what I was going to get at is she came out of some group that was like snarky, and sassy. And snarky and sassy meant that you had like hashtag kill all men. And haha, okay. Well, you could say, well, hashtag Pepe, well, no. Pepe is horrible. Pepe is a threat to democracy.
So designated as a hate symbol by the SPLC, I'll have you know. It's true.
By the way, you have to get me in on this racket because I really need $3 million. But
Pepe is now...
But what we're learning about is that fundamentally these people see this as they've been in this little sort of sub-society, which is like witty and snarky to them, and they are highly empathic with themselves, and they're completely they have no empathy for anyone else. So if you make any joke that isn't from their collective, they just think this is the worst thing. And they want to tell us that we all need to be more empathic in the way that they are empathic, which is to transfer empathy from everybody in society evenly and invested in a tiny number of people who've won the intersectional Olympics over oppression, and to take it away from everybody else who might be worthy. Well, when you start to make these kinds of defenses, it is transparently obvious that you're not playing a fair game, right? You're admitting, when you're up for kill all men as a hashtag, which is like, okay, that's mildly offensive and that she probably shouldn't have done it, but then somebody else makes black magic chocolates and they need to be guillotined. This is prima facie obvious. I want to remind people that in the United States, we begin important documents like, we hold these truths to be self-evident. We don't explain these things. This is beneath analysis. This is transparently obvious. There are some places where you just set a recursion limit. You say, if you're going around saying kill all men and you're also trying to enforce microaggressions that they be stopped, that is the end of the argument. That is, you have effectively tapped out in the language of adult conversation. And what we don't know is how this network has remained in these organs when they are effectively saying, we are completely full of it and cannot be trusted.
I want to explore this, this question of microaggressions and what, Douglas, you were just talking about how anodyne and banal one's creative output has to be if you're terrified of triggering a tripwire. Has anyone seen the Reddit image of, the caption is, me trying not to offend someone when I tell a joke, and it's a picture of someone with all of those laser beams, like, in Mission Impossible, kind of contorted like they're playing Twister, like so they don't touch the red line, and then underneath it someone has responded, my mother was killed by a laser beam, you asshole.
That's exactly...
So, Sam, when you were on my podcast, We the People Live, which I hope everyone subscribes to, you were talking about this in the context...
the one with Hannibal Buress that went
no,
so
it
well?
wasn't. It was the other...
Okay.
It was the other... One of the other episodes that you were on where you were... I was running you through some memes. If you do a Google image search for Sam Harris, what comes up are just a treasure trove of photos of him looking sinister, maybe with red, maybe like turned red with there's blood coming down your face or something, and things that you've said that people regard as being totally outrageous.
Right.
And I sort of read some of these
You can see I've
things.
been following Douglas's advice quite well.
Yeah, and
saying the thing that can't be misrepresented.
And you were saying that there are certain that it would be impossible to be a sparkling and interesting writer if you're criterion for yourself was that you were never going to write anything that could be intentionally misrepresented and taken out of context.
Yeah.
How do you deal with that?
Well, the truth is, that as Douglas gave us each iteration of this, the final one is truly impossible to defend yourself against. I mean, it's just someone who is hell-bent on misleading people as to what your position actually is will find some way to do that, no matter how anodyne your writing is or isn't. So I've cleaned up I've cleaned up my speech and writing a little bit because some hassles just aren't worth it. So insofar as you can foresee the hassle in real time coming your way as you're forming each sentence, it's, I found it useful to just be aware of not making life needlessly difficult for myself. And that comes at some expense. I mean, because there is a lack of color and a lack of fun and freedom in the act of communication when you can assume a modicum of intelligence and goodwill from on the part of your audience, and you can assume that the people who are following the plot will defend you adequately against the people who are maliciously misrepresenting you. Well, then you're kind of free to just to have fun on the high wire a little bit. But it's becoming, it's gotten so bad with respect to my podcast that there are people who will edit the audio of my podcast so as to make it sound like I'm saying the opposite of what I was saying in context. So and then there are people who will broadcast those edits to millions of people, and there is no defense against that except to have a large enough audience that cares to push back against it, so that there's this kind of ambient groan whenever that happens, and people notice. But it's a bad job to have to do it oneself, and in fact, I'm now convinced it's almost always counterproductive to defend yourself, because it makes it's boring for all the people who are following the plot and who understand that, in my case, I'm not a racist and misogynist and advocate of genocide against all Muslims or whatever. These are kind of the greatest hits of my detractors. For me to say yet again in some form, whether it's an article or a podcast or a public talk, listen, I don't actually want to annihilate hundreds of millions of people with nuclear weapons today. That's not my position.
That happens next Tuesday.
Right. Yes. No. That's a few things would have to happen before we would have that conversation about mass genocide. So the people who know that you're not a genocidal maniac don't need to hear you take that particular foot out of your mouth again and again. And the people who are committed to thinking you're a terrible person are truly incorrigible. They're unreachable. And some of them have very large platforms. I mean, there are people who will never apologize. Even when they do it inadvertently, there are people who will never apologize for getting something catastrophically wrong in terms of damaging a person's reputation. So it is unwinnable, and what you continually send the message that you are spending all your time concerned about your reputation and the misrepresentations of things you've said, and it clogs up your bandwidth so much that you at every moment it's a forced choice between cleaning up someone else's mess, which took them like 5 seconds to create, or doing profitable and interesting work yourself. And so I'm making I'm making the choice. It's not even a choice anymore, because the truth is, having pulled back from social media to the degree that I have, I don't even see these small fires that are getting set all the time. And what's interesting about the Sarah Jeong thing is that I think most people who are not on Twitter have no idea about this story. I mean, this was a confection largely of social media. The pushback, her transgressions, all of the carping about the double standard at the Times. I mean, maybe it's appeared in the Atlantic or some other real journal, but whenever I mention this to someone, because the truth is I barely saw it, because I pulled back enough from Twitter that I saw it, but it was not something I was immersed in.
But you have to be careful here, Sam, because in part you're pulling back from social media is a comment which is like, most of the stuff doesn't really matter. And in the case of Sarah Zhang, if what you're saying is true, and I think it is somewhat true, it really matters, and thank God for social media in that particular instance. So you can't say either Twitter isn't real life,
No,
right? Because sometimes it really is the only thing covering something. And then in other cases, you can get sucked into some shitstorm that just absolutely doesn't matter. And so if you're blissing out on meditation, you can afford to go right through it.
Well,
That was a low blow.
It's actually worse than that, though, because
No,
it is real life. See, I'm in the uncomfortable position of knowing that most of my life is, in fact, online. I mean, most of my reputation is online. Anything that could happen materially to harm my career would be happening online. And yet, I find the return to sanity, born of not paying much attention to it, so valuable that it's like that. It's.
I think what you're saying is what you said to me in when we had dinner in London during the World Cup final that
Right.
we lost.
Yeah.
You're saying that you deactivated it from your phone.
Right.
So you're not constantly how you ruined your family holiday because you were responding to Ezra Klein
Yeah.
on your tweets,
Yeah.
and you had your wife and kids there. So what you're saying is that taking it off your phone is not that you're disengaging completely.
No,
from
but
social
I've
media.
disengaged to the point where it's like I was, because it was on my phone, I was probably checking it, I don't know, some humiliating number of times a day. I mean, it had to be 30 times a day.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much time that accrued each day, but it was considerable. And again, it felt totally justified. This is my job to pay attention to. I'm following all kinds of smart people. I'm following all of you. I see the articles you think I should read. I go ahead and read those articles. It seems incredibly useful. And then I see all the sniping that eventually produces something which I think, well, fuck, I have to respond to this, right? This is beyond the pale. And then, and Ezra Klein was one of those, right? But then I see that even in the best case, when one of these, skirmishes that takes hours or days that results in blog posts or podcasts or something, even when it resolves in a way that seems as satisfying as possible to me and my side, right, where I feel like, oh, well, I finally put that to rest. At best, it's getting back to zero for me. It's like, it's not like, even when you're winning, on some level, you're still an asshole. Right.
But
And again, I say that knowing that things of real consequence, like what was so phantasmagorical about that episode with Ezra Klein was that because I was on vacation and trying to salvage what yet remained of a vacation, I was just paying attention to social media out of the corner of my eye, right? And that was enough that was the worst possible way to split the baby, because I was still responding, but doing it ineptly because I wasn't actually totally following the plot. But now I've actually lost the plot in my own head.
can I
Brett, jump in, and then Douglas.
Go for
'cause
it.
you've been
So
waiting.
I want to try to synthesize a little bit of what I think we're learning here, because there's a big punchline, and it has to do with the fact that social media and YouTube are so new that we don't yet know the rules of how to wisely interact with these things. And so I think you're soon to discover that you've solved one problem and you will have created another, and when it comes for you, you're going to figure out how to navigate.
Right. Before you jump in, let me just finish the thing I forgot to say, is that I then had the surreal experience because I was not paying attention to social media, and I was, quote, living in the real world, right? So now I'm back at the pool with my family, and everything is fine, I think. But now I'm getting emails from people who I haven't heard from in a very long time, saying, I just wanted to reach out and say, I'm so sorry this is happening to you. Right, and those are very ominous emails to get, especially when you're not paying attention.
There's a type of
beach.
friend who will always alert you to a bad review. I'm so sorry to see.
Brett, just finish that thought.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, Maajid and Douglas both said something resonated very strongly for me, which is, if I am endangered by saying these things, what is it like for somebody who doesn't have the position that I have to say them? And I went through this exact thing. When I decided to challenge the phony equity coalition at Evergreen, I thought explicitly, I discussed with Heather the fact that I believed my record was so clean on the topic of race and that I had everything I needed to defend myself, that I was in fact safe enough to take the risk. What I now know is that I would have been annihilated but for Dave Rubin, Joe Rogan, Sam Harris, and Eric, and that those forces actually produced enough counter-narrative online to save me from what would have been my fate absent those mechanisms. So that is a very important discovery, and I think what it says is that most people actually simply do not have the firepower, they don't have the record that will allow them to defend themselves against some of these stigmas, and what is necessary is that we figure out how to engineer our way around that problem.
Douglas has been,
Yeah.
waiting patiently.
Just to say, I mean,
at me.
I was about to make the same point as Bret was going to make, but just to refine it this way, I mean, the reason why so many people are going mad is, yes, we haven't found a way to deal with speaking to the world. I mean, it is impossible to find the manner of speaking which could simultaneously be you and a few people in a room, you and the people at your dinner, and possibly everyone in the world. It's jokes are the most obvious one. There is no joke so funny that it can be repeated to everybody in the world all the time.
Forever.
Forever.
Yeah.
And if there's, and we all know most jokes have some edge somewhere. Most of them are not going to last 5 years, let alone et cetera, et cetera. So jokes are the obvious one. The other one is, and I was very worried by what Sam said about that, about the same self-censorship, or not self-censorship, but that thing of stepping back slightly, because what is the problem for politics in all of our countries at the moment? What has produced this backlash in politics? It's that we've had a generation of politicians who can never say anything meaningful in front of people. I mean, I spend a certain amount of my life on shows with politicians, and I know, and Maajid knows, that basically you see it in their eyes.
Yeah.
The aim is to survive the next half hour without plausibly or otherwise being accused of racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, or something else. And you can see it in the other politicians. There's no meaningful win. The hope is that the other person says something which allows you to say, I think that's quite offensive to X group of people. And then the person goes, oh no. And then they're on the ropes and you've got them. And if you get enough other people, you destroy them and they're dead. And that's it. And the point is that this is why politicians can't say anything.
This could be your effect on these politicians.
Yeah, it may be. But the point is that this is why politics is going bad, because you can't tell any truth to that kind of audience. Now, the problem is, if down from politicians, or up from politicians maybe, you have the same effect, that the rest of the world also suffers the problem that politicians have of how to speak to everyone all the time.
There's a reason for this, right? So that's a perfect segue to what I was going to say, actually, so thank you, because actually politicians, the reason that happens to politicians, if you go back to what I was saying earlier about everyone speaking to their audience and worrying that their audience will turn against them online, well, if you think about that with your social media followings and not wanting to lose followers and not wanting the mob to turn against you on social media, politicians have for a long time been living that because we live in democracies. And so the politician is constantly worried about the mob turning against them. And what's happened with social media is all of us have become small p politicians because we all have a following and we all have an audience and we don't want that mob to turn against us as they would a politician after a 5-year term. So now all of us are in danger of becoming that boring politician that doesn't say anything interesting because we're trying to offend the least amount of people when we speak. Now, this is why I wanted to just very quickly, I know you want to come back into this, mention an example that is particular to the UK, but you may have heard of. So our former Foreign Secretary, Boris Johnson, who's now not the Foreign Secretary, but is positioning or jockeying to be something or the other in the nation. No one really knows what Boris thinks.
I think we all think he wants to be Prime Minister.
So, formerly at Douglas's...
my first editor.
Yeah, magazine of repute. So Boris Johnson has said something. If I were sitting in front of you here today on this stage, wearing a full black burqa and a niqab covering my face veil, and the only thing you could see of me were my eyes, you probably wouldn't be too happy.
Unless you had transitioned to being a woman before.
I was about to say, not because, of course, most of you may want to see my face, but actually because when you communicate with somebody on stage, a large part of communication is facial expressions and body language. And if I'm concealing all of that from you, and the only thing you're hearing is a muffled voice coming through, behind a veil like this, then of course it interferes with the communication. Now, there's nothing controversial in what I've just said, at all, right? You probably want to see the person you're speaking to, but a word Eric used earlier, we're living in a gaslit world. So that phrase, gaslighting, when I'm telling you that what you know for a fact to be the reality isn't actually the reality, and instead I'm making you question your sanity because you're seeing the reality in a different way. And so I'm pretending that what you know to be true isn't actually true. You're just going a bit mad. We all know it's true that when you're talking to somebody, you want to see their face, their body language, and their facial expressions. We all know that intuitively. And so along comes Boris Johnson, and he says something, frankly, a bit, bombastic, using his typical bombastic style, and he compares women in face veils to what we say in England is letterboxes. I think the Americans call them mailboxes. I don't know what Australians refer to them as.
Well, now you put me on the spot. What do we call them?
Right? You know where you
Letterbox,
slide
right?
the letter into the slip.
Yeah, letterbox.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
So he uses this phrase. Now, this is, keep in mind, somebody wants to be prime minister, certainly former foreign secretary, he's a senior politician in the country. And the backlash has been unbelievable, to the point where the head of the London Metropolitan Police, the largest police services in the UK, Cressida Dick, she referred the London Metropolitan Police to investigate as to whether this was a criminal offence.
Yeah.
And the incredibly scary news is that the London Metropolitan Police reported back to the head of their police force, Cressida Dick, and said, we've looked into this, and there's currently insufficient evidence to prosecute Boris Johnson for a criminal offence. The fact that it even came to that question is what
would the offence be, Maajid?
Hate speech.
It would have been hate speech. By the way, I did a debate at the East London Mosque about 5 years ago, which is widely regarded as being fairly radical in the UK. And it was on this, and the entire audience were niqabis and wearing burqas.
Yep.
And I made the point quite often. I just didn't know who was speaking, and I thought it was quite a relevant point because it was like I don't know where who, we got somewhere. Yes, and I remember at one point one of the women pointed out that the reason why they did it is because there might be arousal in men, and the presenter very wisely said at one point, asked the important question, could a woman who wasn't wearing a burqa come to your house? And I would be able to take my burqa off. And they said, could Douglas come to your house? And I remember saying, I promise not to get aroused. And there was an audible inhalation of burqa. Anyhow,
Very quickly, to finish the point I was going to make.
An audible inhalation.
If Boris Johnson, the point I was going to simply say is if Boris Johnson isn't safe from that mob, right?
Yeah.
And this is a man who held high office in the country, and if the police are looking into whether that they should criminally prosecute somebody that was the foreign secretary of the country, just imagine if the average person wants to have a conversation about whether actually they think it's important to see somebody's face.
But it's also just bullshit, isn't it? I mean, it's a false claim being made by people that this is such an outrageous thing to say. It's deliberately, it's people practicing oversensitivity in order to win a different political point.
That's the gaslighting that's going on,
It is
right?
constructed as a threat,
Yeah.
and that is why it is important. It's not the content, it's not that it's true, it's that it will stick. And so I really want to get to the flip side of this, which is what do we do to break the back of this thing?
And by the way, Brett, let's just pause and let people know that you'll be able to ask questions in just a few minutes, all right? So we will be taking questions from the audience, so that I'll give you the final word on this particular session, Brett.
So what we're finding out, we're doing a note comparison up here, and we're finding out some important things. Typical to imagine, hey, if I'm barely able to say what needs to be said, what are people who are in a lesser position to say those same things facing when they do it? That there's this stigma that comes back. How do we engineer a reduction in the effectiveness of that stigma? Well, we also have another place where we can compare notes here. Everybody has seen Jordan Peterson having tripped over the idea of enforced monogamy with Nellie Bowles. But we have two other data points. Eric and I both talked to Nellie. She tried to get each of us to acknowledge that we were MRAs. I don't remember if I even knew what the term was, as Eric did not know, but the fact that she went through 3 members of the so-called IDW looking for somebody she could get to sign up for some position that would seem frightening, and finally landed on Jordan Peterson, who was maybe slightly less careful, tells you that this was not a journalist. This was somebody looking to establish a story that would stigmatize, in this case, Jordan, the whole IDW. So you're getting a peek into what the mechanism is and how it functions. Now, how would you fight something like that? You would, A, take people who are in the strongest position to say difficult things, and they can provide cover for people who are in a slightly less strong position. So what you want is for safety to spread, because ultimately what breaks the back of this thing is numbers. It's large numbers of people saying, that's bullshit, right? So if we can get there, it'll be a whole different landscape. Now, in terms of social media, we've got 2 things. We've got, or maybe it's 3. We've got the huge danger of getting sucked in, ruining your family vacation, losing your actual quality of life to this thing that can suck up all your time. You've got a very big liability in terms of social media being used. If somebody becomes truly dangerous to something powerful, then manipulating them through social media, in other words, creating phony outrage amongst a small number of accounts, can cause you to have your attention sucked into fighting something that isn't even real. But there is also a solution in social media to these problems. In other words, my experience of thinking I was safe enough to fight the phony equity coalition, discovering that in fact I wasn't anywhere near safe enough, absent the help of people who had a bigger following who could stamp out the fake narrative that I was a racist. So that kind of thing is the mechanism that we want to spread, which is to rescue honorable people from this phony outrage, from fake threats, stigma, all of these things, such that people in general can get back to a life where you are free to make a joke. And you are free to make a joke and discover, actually, that one's a little over the line. I regret it, but it's not like a revelation about some deep defect. So I would say, at some level, I think we're learning the rules of a brand new landscape, and those rules are bound to be more interesting than we think. But there's a lot to be worried about.
Jon Stewart used to say that when he would interview Hillary Clinton, after asking a question, you could see her brain buffering to try to figure out whether or not she was going to say something that could even remotely be interpreted as being as giving offense to anybody. And you're sort of terrifying me that maybe we're all going to become Hillary Clintons in that respect. Let's take some questions from the audience. If you do have a question, can you come up to the microphone? And just a reminder, if you keep it concise, everyone will love you, and if you ramble, everyone will hate you. And also, questions end in question marks. They're not biographies. Yes, go for it over here.
I organise an IDW meetup in Sydney, for anyone. And the next topic that we're going to be discussing is gender. And as part of that, one of the people said they're going to bring along a person who is an activist of the, LGBTQI, ABCD, whatever. And I made the very simple rule that if you want to come, you have to answer with arguments and not slurs. So is that a fair rule? And if yes or no, how do we stop becoming a kind of an echo chamber or strawman, the kind of identitarian arguments within this group of people?
Well, one request, can we bring up the house lights a little bit so we can see?
Do they want to say who the question's for, or is it just...
Yeah, why don't you take your pick? Who would you like to answer it? Because all of them could.
Oh, okay. Whoever jumps in
Eeny,
first.
meeny, miny, moe.
Can I give one possibility? Because obviously this is a subject which is a more considerable landmine than many others as an issue. I think that one of the most important ground rules is this. You have to say, stop equating speech and violence. Stop saying, in all of this stuff, we need to find a way to think out loud. Okay, in a group like you're describing, any other group, we have to find a way to think out loud and to try stuff out sometimes it will be wrong, often it'll be right, and so on. But we have to be able to have that ability. And one of the things that's stopping it is this endless equation of a thought that you've had and have voiced with the most extreme act of violence. So, for instance, if you say X, it's people like you that are the reason why so many of these people are killing themselves. You can't have any conversation if a part of the answer is being presented in that way. And I suppose just to see the people who are doing that as just using another tactic in order to win a particular sectional point. But allowing words to be words again is the beginning of some kind of solution.
Yeah, very quickly, there's something I said about that, because on the niqab debate, they were saying that Boris shouldn't have said what he said because it will encourage hate crime against Muslim women in niqabs. Now, I'm often repeat this mantra that I came up with, that no idea is above scrutiny and no person should be beneath dignity. And I'm all for protecting the dignity of the woman inside the veil while criticizing and even mocking the fact that she has to cover her face because somehow her beauty needs to be kept wrapped up like a sweet, which is the analogy often given in mosques. Now, if you follow this principle that you can't say something because it encourages hate crime against the person you're speaking about, you can't be critical of their ideas, you could apply it both ways. So I said that I put up a status, and it's like, if we can't speak about Muslim fundamentalism because it can be used, our critique of Muslim fundamentalism can be used to encourage hate crime against Muslims, then let's not also speak about anti-Muslim bigotry, because jihadists use that to recruit people to kill non-Muslims. It's a very real thing. Jihadists are killing non-Muslims, and they use Islamophobia, I don't like that phrase, they use Islamophobia as an excuse to recruit people. So likewise, we shouldn't speak about discrimination against Muslims either, because we're encouraging hate crime. And so in the end, what we find is that we can't say anything. We want to just shut up and not speak.
Well, that's the aim.
That is indeed. So I've just got to say, don't allow for anyone to tell you that when discussing ideas, you shouldn't talk about them because what somebody else might do. Of course, everyone's individually responsible. We have to be responsible for how we speak about our own ideas, but not for how other people abuse what we're trying to say. And I'll shut up on this point, which is I'm a bit wary about using the phrase intellectual dark web to describe anything about ourselves. And I'm here because I like these guys. I don't know, that's pretty much it.
But that's exactly the way they talk on the intellectual dark web.
If I get through something super quick.
Eric coined it. I think it's your fault. Is it?
Yeah, I'm up for you doing this IDW thing. The simple thing I would say is if you go to an amusement park, you might see a sign that says you have to be this healthy to be on this ride. And so fundamentally, if the issue is going to come out that it's a question of compassion, you have to say, look, you have to be healthy enough in order to come to this meetup in order that you can participate in a discussion. And our compassion for you suggests that if you're not that healthy, we would prefer that you not attend the meeting so that you can care for yourself and hopefully nurse yourself to a point where you can actually handle some ideas that could be precursor to something dangerous. There's no way to avoid having saltpeter in the world because it can be a precursor to black powder. So you're totally within your rights to do that and do it from a position of compassion.
I also just want to point out that we are having a harder time answering that question because of the destruction of the concept of safe space, which should mean a space in which it is safe to take the risks of speaking off the cuff and discovering that your idea isn't as good as you thought or something like that. So safe space has been co-opted to be a space that you are safe from the possibility of offense, which is a space in which you can make no useful progress. But it should be recaptured and turned into a space in which you can take risks, and it is safe enough for you to do that, and that's really, I think, what you're looking to create, and it's a good thing.
And if the question is about how to deal with someone who you're bringing in order to advocate on behalf of minority sexualities, then I think that comes also back to the point that's been made several times about it not necessarily being necessary to be a member of that minority in order to be able to speak cohesively about it or convincingly about it. 1/3 of this panel is gay, and Douglas, you and I would probably agree that you can be a charitable person towards gay people and you can be pro-gay rights without being gay, and the idea that you have to be gay in order to understand how to have compassion and understanding towards LGBT people is crazy. Next question.
Well, first of all, thank you all for coming. Really appreciate it.
Well, thank you all for coming, seriously.
So I thought I'd give this opportunity to ask a question from a friend of mine who's overseas and obviously couldn't make it to here. He says, I'm a liberal secular, it's probably more for you, Maajid. I'm a liberal and secular guy born in Egypt but raised in the West. I'm always torn between returning to Egypt and helping to bring the political and cultural religious revolution that I want to live in, or staying in the West where I know I'll be happy and safe. What advice do you have for someone who desperately wants to fix the many problems in his country and make the world a better and more peaceful place, but isn't brave enough to go back there and do it himself? Is there anything I can do from a safe distance?
There's lots he can do. I wouldn't advise he go to Egypt. Clearly, I've been in jail in Egypt, and I wouldn't want him to suffer the same fate. Egypt, currently under Sisi, has regressed when it comes to human rights and clamping down on dissent. And they are worse than they were under Mubarak, who jailed us. So probably what he can do, is a serious need for, is stuff that's already being discussed in English by liberal reforming Muslims and ex-Muslims who are developing their own platforms, and there are conversations that are occurring across boundaries and countries. There's a desperate need for that to be translated into Arabic and disseminated online to the Arabic-speaking world. And that's where he could be of real use.
Thank you. Next question.
Yes, I wanted to ask Maajid, when it comes to coming up with liberal interpretations, either your work or Islamic scholars, do you find that you are able to believe the more liberal interpretation as sincerely as the more obvious literal one? And if not, are you ever sort of forced to, I don't want to say cynically, but sort of pretty up the clause, or do you just have to excise Allah's words altogether?
Well, I'm quite open about my lack of devotion to any religion, and so I don't necessarily have to refer to a book to tell me it's wrong to murder a baby or rape a child. I kind of know that from inside myself and my moral compass. What I try and do is defer in recognizing the pragmatic necessity for that kind of dialogue and discourse to happen in countries like Pakistan or Saudi Arabia, where if you take some of the stances I take, you're probably going to get killed before you finish your sentence. And so there is only, to my view, there's a pragmatic way forward, and that is to have that conversation within a certain discourse that is tolerated. You cannot remove the blasphemy law in Pakistan without having a religious conversation, because it's justified using religion. And if you try and circumvent that, they will kill you. And even the governor of Punjab, which is the country's most populous province, wasn't safe from the assassin's bullet. His own bodyguard shot him 9 times and killed him. And I know the family, and the consequences of what happened next are just unimaginable for some of the suffering. So the authorities caught the murderer, and so the jihadists decided to kidnap his son after having murdered the father, and then said, if you don't release the murderer, we'll kill the son as well. So in a context like that, where the governor of the wealthiest and most strongest province wasn't safe from the assassin's bullet, the only way you can have that conversation in this current climate is to speak in a language and a discourse that is tolerated. I don't do that, but at Quilliam, we have theologians that do that. And so, of course, that brings me to the second part of your question, which is, do they believe in some of the liberal interpretations that they advocate? I think that we discussed this in our book. I think that more important than whether they do or not, because I don't know what's inside their hearts, more important is the promotion of multiple interpretations, including conservative interpretations. The nature of Islam, Sunni Islam in particular, is that there's no church, there's no hierarchy, there's no clergy in Sunni Islam, which is 80% of Islam in the world. And so if we can approach it in a way, forgive the phrase, death by 1,000 cuts, I'm not advocating killing religion, though I'm sure Sam would be happy with that.
I'm going to tweet about it.
But that's something to take out of context for me. But if you look at that phrase, death by 1,000 cuts, the idea is if we can promote a multiplicity of interpretations that develops a form of theological pluralism, the only system that we've come up with as humanity that can cater for that is secularism. Because theocracy, by definition, wants to pick the correct interpretation and enforce it. Now, if you've got Sunni Islam doesn't have a clergy, that doesn't make sense. Because if you don't have a clergy, you will have multiple interpretations. And the only kind of system that can cater for that, as I say, is secularism. And I think that's what I'm advocating. It's a political argument for a tolerance of a multiplicity of interpretations.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, hi. A bit close there. A friend of mine who I guess you could consider to be slightly on the far left a little bit said to me before this conference, you know, have fun at your alt-right conference. And I think there was, you know, a little bit of joking there. But I guess the question is to anyone, but probably more to Eric. What can we do? I know conversation is something that is extremely important, and I think if people actually listen to what you guys were saying, they'd know that, you know, that this is not an alt-right conference. I think there's a certain percentage of people that because of what they already think about your reputation and what they've heard, they're not really going to listen to the things that you guys are saying and that some of us are saying. So the question, I guess, is, and I heard Eric sort of raise this topic in, I think it was a Dave Rubin talk. But the question is, what can we do, what can you guys do to actually show people, without them having to listen to you, but to actually do things to show them that not only when you're not alt-right, but you guys are the furthest thing from the alt-right. And I guess, and what can we do as well to be part of something, part of a movement that can, I guess, help people and do positive things in the world, just to show people where we're not that kind of people.
Eric, sorry to jump in, Eric.
Great question.
Eric, just sorry to jump in. We've got three minutes, so apologies to all of you. The other people who are asking questions. Yep, you'll be able to ask your questions at the next session.
I tried, if you remember Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, they realize what they're going to need. They have a time machine. They put it back where they're going to need it, so they reach into the bushes and they get what they want. What I did before was I asked, how many of you are alt-right? And the audio is going to be released, right? And nobody said, I'm alt-right. Let me ask a question. How many of you are left of center? Woo! That was just me. Anybody else? Okay. The point is, we're going to start doing this with audio. We're going to start doing this with photographs. Right? We're learning their game. And what we're going to do is we're going to start making them hate their own position, because they are going to look so stupid and so foolish. And you're correct. We haven't done enough for you. And so I want you, look, you guys are paying good money to be here. We're taking time to come all the way to Australia. Ask us these questions. What do you need to fight back? So I'm trying to do some audio for you so that in the future, you can point to this exact place and say, you're full of shit. There is just no truth in what you're saying. In our family, Bret and I don't think anybody in our family has voted right of center since the 1920s, right? This is the funniest thing ever. Allow it to be humorous and join us. Thanks.
I guess what I just add is there that I'd like to show people that we're making actually positive change in the world. What can we do to actually make positive change?
Well,
so
you heard me on Dave Rubin's show when I said, hey, maybe we should actually try to do the same de-inflection of third-person singular pronouns, which are the only pronouns inflected for gender in the English language, that we did to the honorific Miss versus Mrs., where females were inflected for marital status, men were not. We came up with Ms. So I said, hey, do you want to actually take this on? Do you want to start with intersex rather than trans, which is a clear biological case where people are neither physiologically male nor female, right? We are going to show more compassion. We are going to start this process of winning. And what we need to do for you, right, this is the advance guard. We're here to try to take the hill so that the rest of you guys can hold it, and then we can go on to the next one, right? And so that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to build into we're gaining strategy to hold the hills, to make these ridiculous perspectives funny rather than terrifying. And thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Bret.
I want to jump in and say one more thing, which is that this is an excellent place to scrutinize how the magic trick is done, right? How is it that we are portrayed as right, far right, alt-right, whatever it is? The way it's done is by getting people who would conclude something different were they to listen, not to listen. That's the key. So there will be something, maybe it's Nellie Bowles who comes to the New York Times and broadcasts something that makes somebody unhearable to the point that you will decide it is sophisticated not to listen to them. So the way to break that, especially in the case of whoever it was who just asked that question, you have a friend who believes this, but they also know you and you're here. So effectively, you can say the equivalent of, well, I dare you to listen and see whether you retain that interpretation. You won't be able to if you listen to what they actually say. The only way you can do it is if you maintain the cartoon you've been handed and you don't allow anything to challenge it, and that's really on you if that's what you choose.
Thank you all. Let's take a 30-minute break. We will be back. All of the people who didn't get to ask a question but who are standing there, just make sure that you push your way to the front of the queue next time, and we'll take more questions. We'll leave more time for questions in the next session. So a big thanks to all of you, and a big thanks to Pangburn Philosophy for making this happen. We'll see you in a bit.
Okay, well, and now for something completely different. So, just to get a sense of who I'm talking to here, how many of you have a meditation practice? How many of you have never meditated? Okay, interesting, an unsolvable problem. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to, the meditation that I'm going to introduce to you is kind of generically described as mindfulness meditation. And there are many different types of meditation. There are certainly different ways to teach mindfulness. The great thing about mindfulness, it's originally a Buddhist practice. It has analogs in other traditions. But the great thing about mindfulness as taught by Buddhists and usually Theravada Buddhists, the kind of the first school of Buddhism that you find in Thailand and Burma and Sri Lanka, is that there really is no artifice associated with it. There's no iconography, there are no necessary religious beliefs. You don't have to be interested in even in the Buddha. It's just, it is as a practice, it's perfectly designed for export into a secular context. And that's why mindfulness uniquely is being studied in neuroscience labs and psychology labs as a tool. And it's a very simple practice. There's nothing, unlike the other very common practice that people use, which is TM. It's not TM is a mantra-based practice. So you're reciting a Sanskrit phrase in your head that you're concentrating on. Mindfulness doesn't have anything like that. So there's nothing. There's no evidence you're doing anything that has come from another culture. It really is just a matter of paying close attention to what it's like to be you. And it's very strange that this is a breakthrough at all, or that this has to be imported into our culture at all, because, again, it's just paying attention. But for some strange reason, which I think has a lot to do with the influence of Judeo-Christian religion, the Abrahamic religion, in the West, we never figured out that introspection was a viable paradigm for doing much of anything useful. Around the time of William James, psychologists and Western scientists were trying to get introspection up on its feet, and very quickly discovered that there was very little to see of interest when you looked inside. You couldn't even notice that you have a brain, much less intuit what that brain was doing. And so that the mind, as psychology became a science, it became obvious that the mind has a kind of structure that can't be inspected from the first person side. And that if you wanted a viable science of the mind, you'd have to find some third person way to study it. And so introspection was more or less shelved as just a dead end intellectually. And this is unfortunate because it's far from being a dead end. It is what I'm about to teach you is, without question, the most important thing I've ever learned in my life, right? And I had to go to the East, essentially, to learn it. It's the most important tool psychologically I've ever learned. It's the most, in some ways, the most important tool ethically. And it is, while it can't do everything of interest intellectually with respect to confirming anything one way or the other about the nature of the human mind, it can do a lot. And there are many things you can discover about your mind through introspection that align perfectly with what we have every reason to believe is true about the mind through third-person methods like neuroscience or Western psychological science. So I'm going to talk for a little bit while I teach you to meditate. And I'll just kind of intersperse meditation instruction with some more talking, and we'll sort of kind of go in and out of practicing and considering this matter. And I'll leave a lot of time for Q&A because I'm sure there'll be some questions. So to begin, just sit a little straighter than you may be naturally. This is the time of day where falling asleep is the enemy. And you might just gently close your eyes. And just take a few deep breaths. And just feel the weight of your body resting on your seat. Feel the heaviness, pressure, heat or cold. And the moment you notice that you're thinking, just come back to the raw sensation of sitting here. And see if you can feel your body closely enough, just the raw sensations, so as to surrender the image you have of its shape. See if you can let it resolve itself into a cloud of sensation, so that you don't feel a knee or a hand or a shoulder or a back. You just feel points of sensation arising and passing away. Now also bring your attention to the sounds in the room. Just let your mind rest as this open space in which sound and sensation continually appear. Okay, well now you can open your eyes. And I just want to reflect on what we just did there. I mean, first, notice the sense that something has changed when you open your eyes. So like your eyes were closed, you felt like you were in your head paying attention to sensations in the body and sound, and now we've opened our eyes and we're all back in the world together. Well, this is a kind of illusion. The world you see with your open eyes is also the same place you were feeling sensations and hearing sounds. The only place you can notice anything is this space of consciousness. And for those who don't know how to meditate, who've never learned this capacity for mindfulness, the normal experience, the experience we all have been led to expect as to be compatible with our psychological health and our functioning as human beings, is to be thinking more or less every minute of our lives and telling ourselves a story about our experience, remembering the past, anticipating the future, worrying over something that just happened or may yet happen, regretting something that just happened, forming various goals in mind and seeking them, feeling desires arise and feeling no alternative but to seek to gratify them. And all of this is being mediated by thought in this space of consciousness. And then we fall helplessly asleep each night and then get up the next day and do it again. Or we don't fall asleep each night because we're so busy thinking about what just happened or what may yet happen. And the degree to which thought is structuring our experience in each moment and creating our emotional lives, or creating our reactions to everything, is very hard to notice because we've never noticed thoughts themselves arise as objects in consciousness. We're identified with each next thought that appears. And so the first thing you encounter when you try to meditate, and for the longest time, this is the great obstacle to meditation, is that it's so damn hard to pay attention to anything because you're thinking every moment of the day. So, and these thoughts sneak up on you. You think, well, I'm supposed to be meditating here. Okay, so I'm going to pay attention to my body. He just said, notice the sensations in the body. And okay, now I'm paying attention to sounds. Okay, well, now why am I doing this? And the conversation continues even while you're trying to just do this very simple thing of noticing sensation in your body or noticing ambient sounds. And mindfulness is the tool by which you can break that spell. And the way this happens ultimately is you begin to pay close enough attention to raw sensation that there are periods where you're deeply connecting with just what it's like to feel the sensation of vibration, say, or to clearly hear a sound impinge upon your eardrum, without, for that brief span, having it occur through the veil of thought. And when you get a little bit of concentration in that regard, then you can begin to notice thoughts themselves arise as objects in consciousness. Just like you can hear the sound of my voice, you'll hear the sound of your own voice in your head, or you'll see an image arise. And then the difference, this introduces a very powerful and important difference in your conscious life. The difference between noticing a thought as a thought and being identified with a thought because you haven't noticed it arise as an object in consciousness. And the difference between being identified with thought and being mindful of it is total. Okay? The difference is, one, in the first case, you helplessly live out the implications of the next thought. If the next thought is an angry thought, or a thought of self-judgment, or a thought of worry, well, then that is you for as long as that train continues. right? Because one thought engenders another and creates, if you have an angry thought, if you remember some conversation that you had that was incredibly frustrating and you're angry at somebody, and that sneaks up on you and you're not aware of it as an object in consciousness, you become angry all over again. And then you start thinking of all the things you should have said or would have said or will say next time. And again, this is all a conversation you're having with yourself, right? Which it doesn't make a lot of sense. You remember the conversation, and yet you're rehearsing it to yourself. And there's apparently no capacity to get bored with the things we say to ourselves. Like if I was telling you the same thing over and over again, on the third or fourth time, you would say, what, does he have brain damage? Why is he saying this over and over again? But if you pay attention, you will say the same thing over and over again to yourself. You'll never detect that you're in the presence of the most boring person in the world. Right? So a capacity to be mindful it gives you a choice. It is actually true to say that you, at that point, can decide, well, how long do I want to stay angry for? Now, if you can't be mindful, well, then you'll be angry for as long as you'll be angry, and you'll do all the things that anger will seem to dictate you do. You'll make the phone call or send the email or have that conversation, and you really don't have any choice. Whereas if you can just notice thoughts arise and emotions arise and let them play out their half-life, which is very, very short. It's actually impossible to stay angry or fearful for more than a few moments without resurrecting it again with more thought that you aren't noticing. So it really is, it can become the difference between being angry all day long and being angry for 10 seconds, right? Which is, in terms of the effect on your life and your relationships, it's an enormous difference. So mindfulness, which I'm introducing now, is a tool by which you can make that choice. So having said a little more about it, I'd like you to close your eyes again. And just pay attention to the sensation of gravity pulling you into your seat. And then notice the feeling of breathing. Notice the breath wherever you feel it most clearly. Either at the tip of the nose or the rising of your chest or abdomen. Just pick one spot and feel the next inhalation from the moment it appears to the moment it stops. And then the exhalation. And there's no need to control the breath, just let it come however it comes. It can be shallow, it can be deep, it can be slow or fast. And as you notice the sensations of breathing, also notice all those moments where you're perceiving something else, like a sound or a sensation elsewhere in the body. Just let everything that appears articulate this space of conscious awareness. Everything is just announcing the fact of consciousness in this moment. And the moment you notice that you're thinking, just notice the thought itself, whether it's an image or the sound of language. What happens to it? Where does a thought go when it disappears? As we begin to train in this practice, it becomes obvious very quickly that nothing is outside of it. So there's nothing you could notice that's not an appropriate object of mindfulness. So for instance, if any mood or emotion is present, even the feeling of sleepiness or restlessness, you can take that too as an object of awareness. Just what is sleepiness? Where do you feel it in your face? The goal here is to pay close enough attention to anything that appears in consciousness to get past the conceptual layer, the thoughts you have about it, and just nakedly feel it or observe it as it is, as energy in the body, as an image. And it's natural to feel that you're paying attention from some place, that there's a center to consciousness, very likely in your head. Most of us feel like we're behind our eyes and that attention is being pointed at other objects like the breath or sounds or sensations in the body from this place in the head. But pay more attention to that. Okay, the feeling of having a head, this is also just a sensation that's appearing in consciousness. Everything you can notice, sensations in the body, the breath, the sensation of having a face or a head, all of this is appearing in this open space. So as an exercise here, as you continue to notice sounds and sensations, I want you to consciously think a thought. I want you to think about something that is bothering you or worrying you. Something maybe in the future that you're anxious about, or something in the past that you don't feel very good about. Bring something to mind that you don't like. And just notice the mechanics of this. First of all, what is this thing, this thought? It's this intangible appearance in consciousness. It's an image. And how is it that it kindles this emotion, whatever it is? Anxiety, doubt, annoyance. Pay close attention to all of this as a change in just the energy of experience. And now bring your attention back to the feeling of just sitting and the sensation of breathing. Now I want you to think of somebody who you love, somebody who you have an uncomplicated relationship with. Just imagine that person incredibly happy, the happiest you've ever seen them. Imagine this person with a big smile on his or her face. And just notice how that changes something about the character of your mind. Notice that change in state. And notice that too subside. And the moment you notice that you've wandered off into thought, just come back as though it were the first moment of this practice, without judgment. Just relax back into perceiving raw sensation. The feeling of breathing. Each next sound. Okay, now gently open your eyes and just stare into the space in front of you. Just notice that this field of color and shadow is also an appearance in consciousness. With your eyes open, you can still hear sounds and feel sensations in your body. And this visual field is not outside of you. It's not outside of your mind. It's not in any sense outside of consciousness. And again, it is the same place where you're thinking and feeling. And there are ways to see that. For instance, you can superimpose a thought on your visual field. Just picture the Sydney Opera House in miniature in front of you. Just flash that image as though you had a model of it. Something appears in that space, and that is the same space in which your visual field is appearing. So we're just going to do this for, let's say, 2 more minutes. And for these last 2 minutes, just begin again as though this were the first moment. Just rest your mind wide open. Simply be the space in which sounds and sensations, thoughts and emotions appear. If your eyes are open, notice that your visual field is shimmering with its own kind of iridescence. That the space in front of whatever you're looking at looks like something. That you see that space. There's a quality of light. There's change in that space. Now briefly close your eyes and stare into the darkness of your closed eyes. Notice that it's not so dark. It too is shimmering. Your visual field is there all the while with your eyes closed. Okay. Well, I think I want to go to questions now on the assumption that there will be more than a few, and then we can, if we for some reason want to go back to meditating, we can always do that. So I'll start with you.
Hey Sam,
Hi.
Thanks for coming all the way down to Australia.
Sure.
And thank you for introducing me to the practice of meditation. I agree that it's the most important thing that I've ever learned in my life.
Nice.
It's led me to some interesting realizations, the first of which was noticed through seeing the arising of thought and being able to identify that I'm not the thinker. I took that to mean that I was the observer. And then through listening to your conversations with Joseph Goldstein, realized that you were talking about the absence of a self altogether. And was able to come to peace with that by seeing that the feeling of being the observer is itself being observed by something else. So my question is, if I'm not the thinker, not the observer, what is doing the observing? And is it correct to say that that thing doing the observing is consciousness?
Yeah, well, so I would certainly call that consciousness. I mean, consciousness for me is the best word for the fact that something seems to be happening. However confused we might be about our circumstance, the lights are on in some sense. I mean, I could be a brain in a vat, you could all be an illusion, this could be a dream, we could be running in a simulation on some alien hard drive. There's no limit to how confused we might be about what the base layer of reality is. But the circumstance of our confusion feels like something. You know, there is this light show of what it's like to be me, and presumably you all have your analogous experience. And that fact is the fact of consciousness. Part of that experience that most of us think we have, more or less all the time, is of being a self that is conscious. right? The fact that it's like something to be us includes this feeling of being I or me. And I is not identical to the body. When we say, when you think about yourself, when you feel in relationship to others, when you're looking at me and I feel looked at, it's not, the sense of self isn't coterminous with the body, because most people feel like they have bodies, that they're interior to the body, and they feel like they're in their heads most of the time. And so the sense of self is this paradoxical thing, which is it's a sensation of being a locus of consciousness, the observer, as you say, in the head, behind the face. But that too, whatever that is, whatever the signature of that is appearing in consciousness. That is yet another object of consciousness. It has to be, because it feels like something, right? So you're aware of it, and when you lose that feeling, things feel differently, right? So it's like it is part of the experience, which has no place other than consciousness to show up, right? So consciousness is, by definition, and again, I'm speaking experientially. I'm not speaking about the nature of the universe or even what role the brain plays in any of this. But as a matter of first-person experience, consciousness is prior to and transcendent of this thing we're calling the self, because the sense of what is happening is we're reading into various objects of consciousness this feeling of self. The feeling of having a face and of being behind it is one of the things that's appearing in consciousness. Consciousness is the screen, the movie screen upon which that particular film is playing. And the more, as you drop back into this mode of just witnessing everything appear in consciousness, at a certain point you notice that consciousness itself doesn't feel like I. It doesn't feel like it's located in the head. It doesn't feel like a center. It is simply the space in which everything is appearing and changing and passing away. And so the selflessness that is spoken about a lot in the Buddhist tradition in particular is just that insight, that there is no center to consciousness. Consciousness is just this open space. And the feeling of there being a center, the feeling of being a little man riding around in the head, or the kind of a horse, a rider riding around on the horse of consciousness, or a little man in the boat going down the stream of consciousness, that begins to fall away, and then everything else remains. I mean, you still have a body. I mean, there's still, everything still appears vividly, but there's no longer a sense of being the subject or the ego riding around in the head. So, yep.
Yeah. Hey, Sam. I really like your book, The Moral Landscape. I have a sort of confusion with the book that we can hopefully talk about. And it's to do with what I might call moral courage. So if we have a sort of confronting moral question which requires a self-sacrifice of subjective well-being in exchange for somebody else's well-being, basically my question is, does that require a sort of faith, given that the world of facts seems to be compatible with solipsism? I'm not sure if that last bit's actually true, but that's the premise of my question.
Right. Well, I don't think the world of facts is compatible with solipsism, or solipsism is often sold as a parsimonious way of thinking about it. It's like, I only have evidence, direct evidence, that I exist, or that my consciousness is appearing, and it's only by inference that I know that all of you have something similar. But that actually, there's more of a burden to explain why all of you seem to be conscious, and why all of you, while we have this similar anatomies, we have similar brains, we have a similar biological history, and yet by some miracle or mystery, only I would be conscious. That seems there's more of a burden of explanation there than to just assume that all of us are having some very similar experience.
Right.
I think we can safely leave solipsism aside as a credible philosophical stance.
But given the confusion, like, we might have this malicious demon which is creating all of experience,
Right.
and given that confusion, isn't the fork in the road between a valley of subjective well-being and a peak of the well-being of someone else, isn't that like a genuine concern?
Well, you have to keep including what matters. So for instance, if there's a zero-sum trade-off between my well-being and your well-being, there's a final slice of pie and we both want it, right? And we can't figure out how to divide it, and so it's just, if you get it, I don't have it, and so it seems like there's no sense in which any sacrifice I would make to give you the pie would come at the cost of my well-being. But I care about more than pie, right? I care about being the kind of person who would share the last piece of pie with even a stranger, right? And I feel a certain way about myself having done that, and I feel differently about myself having gotten the last piece of pie despite the fact that I knew you wanted it, right? And in some basic sense, refining our ethical code is a matter of refining our sense of what makes us happy to the point where more and more we effortlessly care about the well-being of others. I mean, so when that's quite possible to do. I mean, it's undeniable that a very rigid and narrow commitment to oneself admits of a certain kind of happiness. There's a certain kind of pleasure that is to be won by a total narcissist, who just is in zero-sum competition with everyone else all the time. But so much is sacrificed in that case. There's so many doors that are closed to that person. And just imagine what kinds of relationships that person doesn't have, and what kinds of interactions that person reliably has that are hostile and just don't admit of the joys that most of us find in relationships that are not zero-sum, right? And so the more we get out of the zero-sum game and into the game of how can we figure out how to creatively collaborate so that each of us is made happier and more fulfilled in a way that is not subtracting from the happiness and fulfillment of others. That's clearly possible in many, many ways. Is it possible in every conceivable way? Well, no. I mean, it becomes less possible when the wheels of civilization come off, certainly. I mean, the reason why we want to live in societies that has kind of a minimum standard of living for everybody, where there's a social safety net that catches the least lucky people, is because that kind of society allows for more and more flourishing. I mean, it's not transactional in the sense that I have to figure out how to care about you only to care about you. It becomes a wise way of caring about myself too. Like the character of my experience and my future experience changes the more I care to collaborate in beautiful ways with other people, because this goes to how social we are, and all of the good things you will do, the better your life gets, that I will enjoy, and I mean, this is just, it becomes, this is when you envision the world that you want to live in, it entails being surrounded by happy, fulfilled, creative, self-actualized people. It doesn't entail, or at least it shouldn't entail, being behind a very large and well-defended wall with your private pleasures safeguarded, and everyone else can go fuck themselves, right? So and yet many very successful people are living as though their happiness could be profitably sought under that second path, and that's a scary situation.
Yeah, definitely in your camp on this one, but just wanted to raise that. Thanks.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks for coming down to Australia.
Yeah.
I've got two questions. First one about meditation. You talk a lot about meditation, and you make the distinction about having a thought and then being lost in that thought, being unable to make a distinction between the thought and yourself, and how meditation helps with that because you can separate yourself from the thought. I'm wondering, as someone who hasn't done a lot of meditation myself, how does meditation itself help you do that more than just recognizing the concept that you can separate yourself from that thought? That's my first question. Second question, following on from discussions earlier, just a quick one.
Well, let's just keep this on meditation because
okay. Go ahead.
You know, because in the next session we'll hit other topics. So the self is what it feels like to be thinking without knowing that you're thinking. Because there's this continuous undercurrent of thought and judgment and reaction, and I mean it's not that every thought has the character of being a bright image in mind or a intelligible sentence, you know, in the voice of your mind, but there's something appearing there's this conceptual overlay to experience that you can become more and more sensitive to, which is thought in some form. It's just a continuous stream of thinking. And we are by default identified with all of that. You know, and mindfulness or meditation is the practice of noticing that more and more, so that suddenly you can notice that consciousness, just the raw consciousness that's noticing, is the prior condition of all that, and just doesn't feel like a self, you know, because it is noticing the feelings, you know, the sensations and the thoughts and the emotions, and it's always, you can keep just dropping back and become the space in which everything is arising and changing. And there are really two doorways into finding meditation very interesting and useful. One is just finding it interesting, finding it to be a tool for noticing certain features of consciousness and the nature of mind, and it becomes a way of essentially pursuing a kind of intellectual interest. It's based on curiosity that you would find that compelling. The other door, and arguably the far more compelling one, is in mitigating suffering, becoming interested in why it is you're so miserable most of the time and not wanting to be that way anymore. And the moment you begin to notice the mechanics of your own psychological suffering, the moment that you begin to notice that the character of the conversation you're having with yourself, the thoughts you're lost in 99% of the time, are so mediocre at best, right? They're either boring, but rather often they're kind of masochistically unpleasant. I mean, you're telling yourself a very negative story about what it's like to be you, about what happened, what will happen, or you're just so captivated by solving all of the problems in your life that you never have a moment where you're actually enjoying the present. Right, you're always waiting you're deferring your happiness to some point in the future where then you'll have just a good enough reason to bask in a situation where you've solved all your problems. But you never get to that place. There's always another problem to solve. And so you have to learn to actually enjoy the process of solving problems. And the only way to do that is to really be present-oriented in the process. So even while you're trying to solve a problem, you have to be willing to be connected to the present moment closely enough to find satisfaction there before the problem gets solved, before the desire gets gratified, before the next thing happens. And as a matter of attention, the only way to do that is to not be lost in thought about the future or the past. And I mean, conversely, the only way to begin suffering right now is to think about something. right? I mean, that's just the way, how, you know, if I told you, okay, what's going to happen in about 15 seconds, you are all going to feel absolute terror, right? Or you're going to feel just totally depressed, just absolute despair is going to come raining down on you. Now, the way that happens to anyone is there's some idea, there's some form, some thought form comes into the mind, and we find there's no reason good enough to discount it, right? It's just, it's a compelling, for whatever reason, it's a very compelling idea. And granted, there are situations where that's totally warranted, right? You know, if we felt, you know, a sudden jolt and parts of the ceiling started to collapse, we would all feel, you know, okay, now that we have some kind of emergency, we have to get out of this building, right? Now, it would all be based on inferences, like, you know, buildings aren't supposed to move, and you know, pieces of the ceiling, you know, if they hit us, will probably harm us, and so but we don't have to run through all of that. But the physiological change that would happen in us would be born of taking on a few concepts, a few thought forms in an instant, and finding them so compelling that there's just no place to stand by which to resist them, right? Most of our life is not responding to tangible emergencies like that, but we're responding to this simulated emergency of worrying about our lives all the time, right? And so meditation becomes a tool whereby you can just decide, well, you know, either my thinking for the next hour about this thing is going to equip me to solve this problem, or it isn't. Now, if it is, well then by all means think and solve your problem. But you'll discover most of the time that, you know, your thought is in fact a waste of time that's making you unhappy, and that's when mindfulness becomes a kind of superpower, because then you can just drop that problem in a very it is a kind of mechanical and almost tangibly physical way. I mean, it is like noticing that your fist is clenched as hard as you can clench it, right? And then beginning to feel like, wow, this doesn't feel good. And then mindfulness is discovering the way in which you would just relax your hand. And it is before you learn it, you simply have no way to relax your hand, but you're complaining about your hand all the time, right? Like this is the central problem of your life, right? This is cancer, or this is just, you know, you can go from doctor to doctor and say, this is making me miserable. I mean, is there a salve you can put on it, or would electroshock, you know, change anything? But there is a way to just relax your hand, and that's, you know, I mean, it's an analogy, but it's an apt one, and it solves. Again, it's not to say that thought isn't sometimes necessary and useful. It obviously is, but, you know, as a rough guess, I would say that 99% of our thought isn't actually doing anything worth doing, and it's blinding us to the intrinsic pleasure and well-being of just connecting with the present moment, just actually seeing the person we're talking to, or seeing, you know, a bird fly across the sky. I mean, and this is something that most people discover in some form or another if they ever take psychedelics. And again, to generalize recklessly over a class of very different experiences, one thing people very often discover is that when they override their normal state of their brain with one of these drugs like LSD or psilocybin, say, one thing becomes obvious is that it's possible to be utterly engaged with what would otherwise be a totally mundane, boring phenomenon.
I know the feeling.
Yeah. And the intrinsic pleasure of that it's possible for that to be literally the beatific vision. I mean, just it can be. And it begins. It can justify all of the religious language you've ever heard. I mean, it's possible just to pay attention closely enough to anything, any arbitrary thing, the breath, the sight of a tree swaying in the wind, right? That it can become the most captivating thing you've ever seen in your life. And that's not the thing that's driving that is not the thing, it's the quality of your attention unencumbered by discursive thought. So, yeah.
Hi, Sam. My really good friend once had the opportunity to talk to one of your friends, Matthew Ricard, and he asked him a question, and this question seemed to make the world's happiest man a little bit angry.
Right.
At some risk, I'm going to ask you, because I really want to hear what you have to say, but
right.
How do you practice Dzogchen? What did Tulku Urgyen Rinpoche point out to you? How did he do this to you? Like, what happened? Like, how do you do this, please?
Okay.
If you can't, it's okay, but I just had to ask.
Wouldn't it be great if I just became explosively angry at that question? So the answer to that question requires a little bit of context. So Matthew Ricard is this French monk who's a truly wonderful person who has been, to his chagrin, I think, often described as the world's happiest man. He's kind of sort of plucked out of his monastery in Nepal, where he was just happily being a monk, and made the subject of many of the neuroimaging studies that have been done on meditation. And he really was the perfect subject because he was a long-term practitioner of meditation and a genuinely happy person, but also he was a former scientist. He was a PhD molecular biologist, so he was very conversant with both language games of the contemplative life under Buddhism and Western science. So he's really an amazing person. But so that's Matthew, and Matthew has been the tradition of Buddhism that he has studied under is in the Tibetan tradition. The so-called highest teachings of that tradition are the Dzogchen teachings, and the difference between Dzogchen and mindfulness of the sort that I have just introduced here is that with a technique like mindfulness, you can start wherever you are. I can teach you mindfulness as a technique. I can tell you to pay attention to your breath. I can tell you to pay attention to sounds. I can sort of lead you through this brief tour of your sensory experience in a way that you can sense what the practice is. And the reality is that if you decided to do this an hour a day for the rest of your life, or you decided to go on a 10-day meditation retreat and do this for 12 hours a day, you would more and more experience that most of the time you're just lost in thought, even though you're trying to meditate. You're really just crossing your legs and thinking with your eyes closed. And there'll be some clear moments of, as you get better at it, there'll be clear moments of actual mindfulness punctuating all that, but you will just be, again, struggling with this difference between being clearly aware of the next sound, the next sensation, the next arising of thought, and just being lost in thought and being totally oblivious to that fact. Dzogchen as a practice can't start there where someone can just tell you what the technique is and you go do it. Dzogchen actually starts with a specific insight into the nature of consciousness. And so in the Tibetan tradition, there are a lot of preliminary practices that people have to do in order to be introduced to the Dzogchen teachings. I came to Dzogchen having done a lot of mindfulness practice of the sort that I just described. But to put it in terms, these are not the terms that they would describe it, they would use in the Dzogchen context, but in a mindfulness sense, what you have to be able to do in order to practice Dzogchen is you have to be able to be mindful of the absence of self, right? It has to, so what a Dzogchen teacher does, and as you alluded to, this is taught in a very collaborative and almost Socratic way between teacher and student. You come into the presence of a so-called Dzogchen master who, in dialogue with you, gets you to kind of thread the needle of your own mind in a way that actually does change something about the nature of your mind. It gives you a tool, it gives you a capacity, if it's the first time you're having this experience, that you didn't have before and which you subsequently don't lose. Right?
Are you saying that it has to be in some sense tailored to you? Like it has
well,
to
no, I mean, it's kind of, it's not bespoke in any, I mean, the same instructions work for almost everyone, I would think. The difference is just, you have to be sophisticated enough in your ability to pay attention to your experience.
Yeah.
So that you can follow the instructions and notice what there is to notice. But the basic instruction is you're being asked, rather than pay attention to the breath or pay attention to sounds, you're turning attention upon itself. You're turning, again, we all start out with this very strong sense that we are paying attention. I'm in my head, this locus of consciousness, and I can point my attention at various objects, the breath, sounds, you, right? I'm behind my face right now, looking across space at you. So there's this subject-object perception. Now, Dzogchen, and this isn't exclusive to Dzogchen, I mean, Zen does this, and there are other Eastern, Advaita Vedanta in India, the nominally Hindu tradition of non-dual teaching does this as well. These traditions teach this with more or less precision, and many of us have found Dzogchen, at least in some forms, to be especially precise and unencumbered by extraneous concepts. You're being asked to look for what's looking. You're being asked to look for the subject. Look for your mind, right?
Yeah.
And there is, in fact, nothing to find. I mean, you can turn attention upon itself in a way that reveals that, because it sounds like a paradox, like the eye can't see itself, right?
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean the eye doesn't exist. I mean, the physical eye, of which you have two, right? So, like, you can't see your eyes, but they are what you're using to see, right? So it seems idiotic to say, well, because I can't see my eyes, I don't have eyes, right? We know you have eyes. The sense of self isn't like that. The sense of self is something that you can look for in such a way that its absence becomes palpable or realized. You can find it to be absent, and you can find it to be absent in a way that then Dzogchen practice becomes. It's just like mindfulness practice, but you're mindful of that. You're mindful of the fact that there's no center to consciousness in each moment, and you're not. And the difference between many people. When you start out meditating, you start out not knowing how to meditate and feeling kind of crappy doing it, right? Because it's hard, you're restless, your body's uncomfortable, you're continually thinking, well, how many more minutes do I have left? And you're thinking about all the things you have to do for the rest of the day, and you can have a session of meditation where, well, that was just worthless, nothing happened, right? I was just thinking and just feeling how hard it was to meditate. The initial gains you make are in just continually coming back to the practice. Even with all that happening, you're like the repetitions you're getting of just noticing that you're lost in thought and coming back to the breath. That is the practice working. I mean, that is the exercise in the beginning. But then at a certain point, you begin to do that successfully enough that it begins to change your state of consciousness. You begin to feel, quote, meditative when you meditate. You begin to get a little concentration, and it just so happens that there's a lot of pleasure that comes with a concentrated mind. And again, it can be arbitrarily concentrated on anything. I mean, it can be the breath, it can be a sound. To just be concentrated begins to feel blissful and rapturous, and you can become a kind of heroin addict of your own attention. at that stage of meditation. But then you begin to fall under the delusion that meditation is about producing that state. You just want that high, and it isn't. Because the fundamental capacity you want to get in hand is to recognize the freedom of consciousness no matter what is arising. You know, even in the most ordinary state of mind. And this is, honestly, this is where meditation and psychedelics begin to sort of part company in terms of the ultimate conception of what the goal is. Because the truth is that ordinary consciousness, I mean, just a consciousness is totally compatible with this conversation. You know, there doesn't have to be any pyrotechnics associated with the psychedelic experience. This state is just as open and free of self as the most blown out moment of the deepest acid trip, right? I mean, like, there's nothing has to change about the lighting for the center to fall away from consciousness and for you to be no longer encumbered by that feeling of being a self. But it's hard to notice. And so, and Dzogchen as a practice, and again, this is not going to satisfy you because I can't give it to you as a, you know, as a routine. But Dzogchen starts with having noticed that clearly enough that you can then find that again in each subsequent moment that you pay attention. It's the thing you can be mindful of on demand. You're not waiting around for it to happen to you. You don't have to wait. You don't have to hope you get concentrated enough over the course of a day or an hour so that you'll have a moment where the sense of self drops out. No, the sense of self will drop out in every moment of actually being mindful at that point. Yeah. And so that's, you know, but that again, it just can take a long time for the conditions to come together for someone to get that part of the practice in hand. But you get a lot of benefit long before that. I mean, everything I said about like the half-life of a negative mental state like anger, that can be realized without this, you know, spooky sounding insight into the illusoriness of the self. That can be realized just by paying close enough attention to the feeling of anger and just noticing it as energy in the body and just noticing it arise and pass away and then no longer feeling the imperative to be, you know, motivated by it.
Thank you very much, Sam. That was very helpful.
Cool, thank you.
Hi, Sam.
Yep.
I'm really hoping you guys get to some Australian topics in the main panel, but in terms of the meditation, I think you might have just run a train right through my question. As someone who isn't as lucky as these others, I've never felt the ego melt away or the sense of self separate from my consciousness or anything like this. And my question for you is this essential for the mindfulness practice? Is it something that you should aim towards, or is it just a journey and without those breakthroughs you can still benefit from the practice?
Yeah, no, well, as I just said, you can definitely benefit. I mean, the analogy to physical exercise, I think, is good, because obviously there is a benefit to doing more or less any amount of exercise. I mean, more than zero is already a huge gain in terms of your health and your sense of well-being. I mean, it's just unambiguously one of the best things you can do for yourself. Now, and this is true even if you have issues that you need to work around. I mean, there are people who have, you know, injuries that they have to work around. So like I could, you know, and this is true. So this is true for meditation. I mean, meditation, some people may start meditating and feel that it makes them feel worse in some way. And there's certainly people who shouldn't go on a 3-month silent retreat because they have some psychological condition that's going to be exacerbated by that intensity. But for virtually everyone, I think there's some way of working around their quirks so that some amount of meditation is intrinsically good. And I think physical exercise is just like that. So if you have a bad shoulder, well then maybe push-ups are not what you should be doing, but there's something like push-ups that will still be good for you, and you just have to figure out how that works. Now, all of those kind of remedial efforts are still a long way from winning a gold medal in, you know, track and field, because you're now, you know, as fit as you could possibly be in that particular way, and there is some rational understanding of how you get from wherever you are to being as fit as you could possibly be given your quirks, given your genes, given your age, I mean, it's just, we all have different talents for anything we might devote ourselves to, and I think meditation is probably no exception. But I think everyone can benefit from some of it, because just think of what's happening by default. I mean, everyone is spending virtually all their time lost in thought, right? And whether you know this or not about yourself, this is an objective claim about your subjectivity. This is true. I know this as certainly as I know that everyone in this room has at least one lung, and a pancreas, right? Without having to actually inspect you all. This is a very safe bet. It is as safe a bet for me to say that unless someone in this room has really unusual training, if I said to you, okay, the fate of the world depends on someone in this room not being lost in thought over the for a full 60 seconds, right? Only one of us has to do it, but one of us has to do it, right? So you have to pay attention to your breath for 60 seconds now and not be just plunged into the dreamscape of discursive thought during that period. Absolutely safe bet that there's no one in this room who can do that, right? And that is a very strange fact about the human mind, right? Because, I mean, honestly, if the stakes were that high, we couldn't do it. I mean, just think of what we would be capable of doing if the stakes were that high. But being lost in thought, not being lost in thought for a period of 60 seconds isn't on the list, right? That's an amazing fact, and it's something that, with a lot of experience in meditation, or even just some experience in meditation, you can begin to notice the upside of being able to punctuate your dream life with moments of just clear mindfulness. I mean, because each one of those moments is a moment where you actually do get off the train, and if the train was anger or doubt or despair or frustration, all of those little points of punctuation, I mean, those are moments where you can just suddenly reset and connect with the present moment in a way that becomes more and more satisfying, and whatever problem it was you were thinking about begins to dissipate very quickly. So
thank you.
Yeah. So I think I have time just for one more. So sorry.
Hey Sam, thanks very much for everything that you do. My question is about metta meditation. So how do you think about metta meditation, loving kindness meditation? The way it's traditionally practiced seems to presuppose the notion of a self, which you persuasively argue is an illusion. And so is there a better way to think about metta meditation that's more consistent with the proposition that the self is an illusion?
Right. Well, so metta meditation, metta is the Pali word for loving kindness. And this is another type of meditation that the Buddhists do, which is, unlike mindfulness, which is just a matter of noticing whatever is arising on its own and not trying to produce any target mental state. Metta is a practice of trying to produce the state of loving kindness and become more and more absorbed in that state. So you bring to mind someone who you can sort of effortlessly feel love for and wish them well and wish them that they no longer suffer. And the moment that becomes easy to feel that once you use them as this kind of object of meditation and kindle this feeling of well-wishing, then you can bring neutral people, strangers, into mind and do it, and you can do it for the whole world. You can even do it for enemies, and this is quite an amazing practice to change the kind of the emotional tone of your mind. I mean, the people who do a lot of this practice and have brought it to some level of fulfillment are just amazingly loving, happy, compassionate people, because they're continually, when you think of all the time you spend judging people and getting annoyed, they're consciously trying to replace that all the time with a well-wishing for people. So when you're driving in traffic and you see somebody do something stupid and you think, what the fuck is that person thinking? if meta is the game you're playing, you're replacing that automaticity with, may that person be happy. Like you think like maybe this person is just under so much stress that they're not watching the road, and like I just wish that they, have ease and all their dreams and hopes be fulfilled, and you're constantly replacing the cranky you with this far more saintly attitude toward just wishing suffering away for everybody. You need not really reify this notion of a self to still want that for everybody. I don't have a very reified notion of a self that I'm broadcasting on all of you to still want you all to be happy, right? It's like, because I know that it's something that it's like to be you. I know that you have pains and pleasures, and your life goes up and down, and all of that's true even though the self is an illusion, right? So the qualitative character of conscious experience is still the most important thing in the world. And it can be really, really bad or really, really good. And so everything I care about in the world on some level is reducible to the conscious states of conscious beings, actual or potential, now or in the future. And that's all true even if the self is an illusion. So,
Thanks.
Yeah. So thank you all. That was a very rushed but hopefully useful introduction. Thank you.